5:32. Chen Pinggan opened his eyes abruptly. He frowned and almost cursed out loud. It was late at night and the moon was high in the sky. He had slept like a log. It must have been really painful to the point that Chen Pinggan wanted to curse. The blood on his body had long dried up and was sticky with the mud in the pit. The slightest movement caused him to feel a heart-wrenching pain. However, Chen Pinggan still took a deep breath. After confirming his physical condition, he sat up abruptly. There was nothing unusual around him. Chen Pinggan could not understand why the pure martial artist, who was at least at the peak of the mountain, did not kill anyone when he attacked. Could it be the custom of the North Continent? Just because he did not like Meng Qi's stance walking, he punched him for no reason? A voice came from above the pit. Finally had enough sleep. Chen Pinggan only got up slowly. He did not even open his fist stance, but the fist intent on his body became purer and more restrained. At the edge of the pit, a long green robe and cloth shoes appeared. It was the old martial artist. The old housekeeper, Wu Fengjia, who had lived in seclusion for many years in the sweeping mountain villa. Putting aside Li Er, who appeared out of nowhere, he was one of the 3 martial artists of the 10 realms in the North Continent, Guyu of the Great Xuan dynasty. Why was there only one weak nascent soul cultivator in the Golden Scale Palace in the surrounding countries of the Great Xuan dynasty? Why was the Golden Scale Palace so weak that Rong Chang of the floating duckweed sword lake regarded it as a useless mountain that he had never heard of? It was the martial artist, Guyu, who used his fists to disperse the immortals of more than 10 countries. Almost all of them were expelled by this person. Guyu once said, "The world is big, but immortals should scram." Heroic words must be accompanied by heroic deeds. A true hero was needed. The old man smiled and said, "Your fist intent is passable. The 6-step stance walking has over 1 million punches, right?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "Close to 1.6 million punches." The old man asked, "You came from a small family and were given a tattered fist manual when you were young. You treated it like a treasure and practiced it from a young age?" One could see the bigger picture. No disciple of a rich family in the world would practice the mountain-quaking fist. Therefore, this young man's background was definitely not too good. Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, he only started practicing when he was about 14. The old man was gratified. Everything else isn't difficult. Punching is a skill of death. If you have a little bit of perseverance, you can punch 1 million times. The only difficulty is that you have to keep practicing this stance. Chen Pinggan was confused from the beginning to the end. However, there was no doubt that the old man didn't want to kill him. In fact, after the old man punched him a few times, the benefits he received were unimaginable. It wasn't even in the body or the soul, but in the fist intent and the human heart. At this moment, Chen Pinggan gently clenched and unclenched his fists. He felt that the title of the strongest in the 6th realm was already in his bag. This was a rare occurrence for Chen Pinggan. The old man said, "My name is Guyu." Chen Pinggan immediately understood that the foundation of his fist technique was the fist manual that Guyu had given him back in the mud bottle alley. Therefore, he asked directly, "That mountain-shaking fist manual?" The old man nodded and said, "It should be that my Guyu clan's disciples were scattered everywhere and brought to your hometown. In the early years, there was a great calamity, causing the small clan to fall apart and scatter like birds and beasts." The old man lamented, "With a long lifespan, it is hard to miss the clan too much. The descendants have their own fortune, what else can they do? Out of sight, out of mind, most of them would be angered to death." Chen Pinggan cupped his fists and said, "Aquarius Continent's Chen Pinggan greets Elder Guyu." Guyu laughed, "To let a 10th realm martial artist protect you and sleep for half a day, you're quite arrogant." Chen Pinggan grinned. Guyu waved his hand and said, "I'll accompany you for a while. I still have matters to attend to and don't have much time to chat with you." Chen Pinggan swayed as he walked up the slope, walking side by side with the ultimate realm martial artist. Guyu said, "How many times have you been the strongest martial artist?" Chen Pinggan said, "Twice, 3rd realm and 5th realm respectively." Guyu shook his head. If that's the case, compared to the same age Cao Ci of the Central Plains, He is far from being the strongest, not only that, he is the strongest of all time. Chen Pinggan laughed. Take it slow, around the 9th realm and 10th realm, there's still a chance. Ji Yu turned and asked suspiciously, the person who taught you the fist technique, is Aquarius Continent's Kui Cheng? If not, you shouldn't have such a temperament. Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment, but still nodded his head. Ji Yu suddenly realized, no wonder. But you must have suffered a lot in the past few years, right? That's right, without the hardships, you wouldn't be able to walk to where you are today. Ji Yu suddenly asked, how did Kui Cheng evaluate the Quaking Mountain Fist Manual? Chen Pinggan only dared to speak halfway, and said slowly, the purpose of the fist intent is extremely high. Old man Kui is not here, I have no reason to take the punch for him. Even if Ultimate Realm martial artist used the pinnacle of the mountain realm to punch, to a small 6th realm martial artist like him, isn't it too heavy? Ji Yu acknowledged, as expected of Senior Kui, your eyesight is extremely good. Aquarius Continent's Kui Cheng had once traveled alone to the central divine continent, although it was said that he met a tragic end, but in the eyes of Ji Yu, the most outstanding martial artist from another continent, he was a true hero. Ignoring the difference in their fist techniques, since they had never fought before, Ji Yu did not have any respect for Kui Cheng. Other than that, based on his age and achievements, it was not a problem to call Kui Cheng Senior Kui. Of course, if not for their extremely high evaluation, Ji Yu would not change his way of calling him senior. Chen Pinggan wanted to say something, but stopped. Ji Yu said, speak your mind. Chen Pinggan asked, Senior Ji Yu and Ape Crying Mountain's sword Immortal Ji have a death grudge? Ji Yu said, a death grudge, the kind where one of us has to die. Chen Pinggan did not say anything else. The world was complicated. Bad people would kill good people would kill bad people, and bad people would kill bad people. Other than that, good people would also kill good people. There were many things that did not involve right or wrong, and one did not really know, so it was not a big problem to make a rash comment, or to point out the situation, but one should not think that one was really clear about right and wrong, good and evil. Ji Yu laughed and said, Kid, you probably only heard about the strange phenomenon in the capital of the Great Seal Dynasty, some big dragon in the Imperial Jade Seal River, showing a crazy attitude of wanting to flood the capital and build a dragon palace. But I am very clear, this is Ji Yu using an open scheme to force me to appear, so I will go. In fact, even if he does not find me, I will find him. Haha, a sword cultivator that almost exchanged his life with me in the early years, is he very powerful? Ji Yu paused for a moment, then said to himself, of course he is powerful. That is why I hurt the foundation of my body and hid for so many years. In the end, it is because my fist technique is not good enough. There are 3 realms of the limit, vigorous, pure, and divine. When I was below the 10th realm, every step I took wasn't bad. But after reaching the limit, I couldn't resist. I hoped too much to enter that legendary realm. Even if I didn't feel that my state of mind was flawed, I still practiced for the sake of speed. As a result, I missed a lot of meaning. Kid, you must remember, living in the same era as someone like Cao Ci is a very normal thing to feel despair, but it is also a very good thing. If there is a chance, you can train each other. Of course, the premise is that you are not killed by his 2 or 3 punches, or your confidence is shattered. For martial artists, once the spirit is down, everything will be over. Remember this point well. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, I will. Ji Yu asked seemingly casually, since you are afraid of death, why did you learn the fist technique? This was a very strange question. Learning the fist technique because one was afraid of death seemed to make sense. Chen Pinggan replied, it is not that I am afraid of death, but that I cannot die. That is why I am afraid of death. It seems the same, but it is actually different. Ji Yu was silent for a moment. It makes a lot of sense. In reality, this was what Ji Yu found most strange and puzzling. When the young martial artist knew that he was going to die, especially when he could be said to be already dead, it was actually when his fist intent was at its peak. This was not a normal fear of death. So Ji Yu was absolutely sure that once this young man died, if he let his soul do as it pleased, then there would immediately be an extremely powerful ghost in the world. Not only would it not be blown to ashes by the astral wind, it would be equivalent to seeking life in the midst of death. To be so afraid of death to such an exaggerated degree, just how great of an obsession did this young man have? But there was no use in saying these words. He had shown himself this time to ask for this young martial artist who had once walked through the small town of Sasau Villa. Only by truly experiencing life and death could one make the fist intent that was close to the bottleneck even purer. Gu said earnestly, when you reach the north, you have to be careful. Not to mention the old monster in the north, there is also a peak martial artist. Neither of them are good people, and they kill as they please. You are also a foreigner. If you die, you will leave your martial arts fate in the North Continent. If they want to kill you, it will be a matter of a few punches. Either you learn a top-notch mountain escape technique at the last minute, or you don't easily reveal your true martial arts realm. There is no other way. Whether one is good or bad will not hinder one's cultivation from reaching the peak. This is the case for martial artists, and it is even more so for cultivators. One pursues the purity of the fist intent, while the other pursues the truth. There are naturally restrictions of rules, but every cultivator who has reached a high level is not stupid. They are all good at avoiding rules. Chen Pinggan sighed. I will be very careful. Jiu stopped and looked into the distance. I am very happy that you were able to learn the mountain quaking fist and have the potential to bring it to greater heights. To be honest, even if I am the one who wrote the fist manual, I still have to say that this fist manual is really not that great. It is only a little interesting at best. Chen Pinggan said in a low voice, Elder Gu, I really think that the mountain quaking fist is very interesting. Even when facing Kui Cheng on the second floor of Luopa Mountain, Chen Pinggan still held this fist manual in high esteem. Gu turned his head and said with a smile, even if you say such nice words, I am a martial artist. I don't have any immortal Dharma treasures to give you. Chen Pinggan smiled bitterly. 3 punches are enough. I can't take any more. Gu patted his shoulder. Gu's 9 realms 3 punches is of course not bad. Gu suddenly said, do you know that even I, the ancestor of the mountain quaking fist, didn't know that the walking stance, the upright stance, and the sleeping stance could be combined into one? Chen Pinggan was speechless. Gu thought for a moment. Actually, you can also add the heaven and earth stance. Chen Pinggan said helplessly, nodding and leaving. Gu saw that the young man seemed to be seriously considering the feasibility of this idea. He slapped Chen Pinggan's shoulder heavily and said with a laugh, Kid, don't practice until you're stupid. We martial artists roam the pugilistic world. Can't you have some shame? With your method of practicing, you can't scare away every girl you see. That won't do. How can people who practice the mountain quaking fist not have the admiration of pugilistic beauties? After saying this, Gu put his hands behind his back and looked up with a nostalgic expression. Probably every person who roamed the pugilistic world would have some kind of regret and longing. Chen Pinggan's shoulder tilted from the slap and he almost fell to the ground. By the time Chen Pinggan straightened his body, the green robe had already silently risen from the ground and drifted into the distance. Chen Pinggan did not retract his gaze for a long time. Chen Pinggan knew. Gu's trip this time was to die. But perhaps, Ape Chatter Mountain would no longer have a sword immortal Gu. That was life. Chen Pinggan took out the bamboo box and placed it on the ground, sitting on it. He then took out the blade-strengthening gourd and slowly drank wine. He was not in a hurry to travel. He wanted to recover some of his strength first. After 3 punches, it would be fortunate if he could recover to the initial stage of Realm 6 within a month. Since he would not be moving for a while, Chen Pinggan might as well think about some things. Senior Kui had once mentioned a general saying about pure martial arts. Realm 7 and 8 would die in their hometowns, Peak of the Mountain would die in their own country. Realm 10 would die in their own continent. On the path of cultivation, one had to be sincere. Just as Gu had said, he would be unaware of many distractions. This was actually a very scary thing. In the end, Chen Pinggan held the blade-strengthening gourd and fell into a daze. Living, the place he wanted to go to was still waiting for him in the distance. How nice. It was just that some people in the distance would not be too happy to see him in the coming year. Closer, the Ma family of Apricot Blossom Alley. Empress Dali. Farther, the mountain-moving ape of Zhengyang Mountain and the Shu family of Qingfeng City. There were still some that he needed to take a look at. There were also some that were hidden behind the scenes. Pile by pile by pile, one by one. That was why Pei Qian, the first disciple of the sect, liked to record things in a small notebook. She actually took after her master. It was just that one used pen and paper to record, while the other used her heart to record. No matter how vast the plains were, there would always be mountains. Yu landed on top of a mountain. Only one of the 6 black-robed men with snow-white masks remained where he was. The other 5 quickly scattered in all directions and left far away. Fortunately, the old man in a long green robe wearing cloth shoes did not seem to have the intention to chase and kill. The cultivators of Deer-Cutting Mountain who stayed where they were bowed and cupped their fists. Greetings, Senior Yu. Yu asked, such a big show, is it to kill? Not to mention a martial artist of the Golden Body realm who is about to break through, even a martial artist of the far-traveling realm would not be enough for you to kill. When did Deer-Cutting Mountain not follow the rules? Or is it that you have always not followed the rules, just that you do things more cleanly? The person facing off against Yu was the leader of this group of Deer-Cutting Mountain assassins. He was a nascent soul cultivator, but facing this old man in a green robe, fine sweat seeped out of his mask. Very simple, Yu, the protector of the country of the Great Seal dynasty in the past, valued rules the most. Also, if he chose to kill with his fist, he would dig 3 feet into the ground and pull out the roots. Once Deer-Cutting Mountain angered Yu, then it would not be as simple as 6 people dying on the mountain top. This Deer-Cutting Mountain assassin shook his head. The rules of Deer-Cutting Mountain, ever since the founding of the sect, have never been broken. In the next moment, Yu put one hand behind his back and the other grabbed the nascent soul cultivator's neck, lifting him up instantly. Yu did not raise his head, only looking straight into the distance. The first to move, dies first. The other 5 people who were far away from the mountain top were instantly silent, not moving at all. Yu said slowly, if you had surrounded this person before I punched, then so be it. How much are the rules of Deer-Cutting Mountain worth? But after I, Yu, punched, you did not hurry to scram, and still have the guts to have thoughts of picking up scraps. Do you think I am stupid? It was not easy for you to live to the nascent soul stage. Why don't you cherish it? Yu frowned, only picking up that pitiful nascent soul cultivator who did not have any thoughts of fighting back, but did not immediately kill him. It seemed that this ultimate realm martial cultivator who had been silent for many years was hesitating whether to leave one alive to report to Deer-Cutting Mountain. If he wanted to leave one alive, who was more suitable to leave alive? Yu did not conceal his killing intent at all, it was so thick it was tangible. Astral chi overflowed. Within a radius of 10 feet, the grass, trees, and soil were all pulverized, dust flying. The robe of the nascent soul cultivator in the old man's hand gave off a series of fine ripping sounds. Yu casually flicked his finger. His forehead was pierced by a strand of astral chi. An assassin of Deer-Cutting Mountain who was purely a martial cultivator died on the spot. The Golden Body stage martial cultivator died just like that. Yu said indifferently, the heart is still the heart. The great commotion, in my ears, is like the sound of a drum, it is a bit noisy. That nascent soul cultivator was already unable to speak, he could only use the heart lake rippling language to say, Elder Yu, once you kill the 6 of us, even if your fist technique is divine, you can protect that young man for a while, but you cannot protect him forever. My Deer-Cutting Mountain does not have a fixed peak, the cultivators of all places are drifting. Elder Yu can of course pursue and kill as you wish, no one can stop Elder from punching. If Elder meets one, then one will die. But in this period of time, as long as that young man does not follow Elder, even if it is only for a few days, he will definitely die. I can guarantee it. Yu asked, a Deer-Cutting Mountain that scurries across the street can threaten me? Who gave you the guts? Gu of Ape-Crying Mountain? The nascent soul cultivator said with a bitter smile, Elder Gu, I am only stating a fact. Yu thought for a moment, It is very simple. I will spread the word and agree to fight with Gu at Jolly Mountain. Before that, Gu must exterminate Deer Cutting Mountain. Give him a year's time limit. Gu's disciples and grand disciples at Ape Crying Mountain will definitely be very happy to be able to play a game of cat and mouse with you. The nascent soul cultivator's expression changed slightly. Elder Gu, we really did not break the rules by gathering together this time. The previous assassination failed. It is already over. This is the unshakable rule of Deer Cutting Mountain. As for why we have come, forgive me for not being able to reveal the secret. This is the rule of Deer Cutting Mountain. I hope Elder can understand. Gu asked a question. If I meet you on the way, will I kill you with one punch? The nascent soul cultivator did not know why this Realm 10 martial artist would ask such a question. He could only answer honestly, of course not. Gu asked again. You are now telling me that Deer Cutting Mountain has rules and you hope that I will abide by them. Then why do you not care about my rules? The opponent is someone that I have punched but did not kill. You know my identity. You are not even willing to endure for a few days? Do you want me to stand here and tell you the rules? Are the rules that you can understand? Gu laughed. That's strange. Since when did my rules give you brats the confidence to not abide by them? As he spoke, the nascent soul cultivator's head was directly twisted off and casually rolled to the ground. At the same time, he punched out with his hand behind his back, causing the Jindan and nascent soul to explode together without any chance of survival. The turbulent chi of a nascent soul cultivator after the Jindan and nascent soul were both shattered was originally comparable to a land tornado, but it was dispersed by Gu with a casual slap. A Deer Cutting Mountain cultivator who had used the Earth Escape technique was instantly killed by Gu's aura chi with a stomp of his foot. A dull sound came from underground and then there was no more movement. The remaining 3 Deer Cutting Mountain assassins were still scattered in the distance, but none of them dared to breathe loudly. Gu put his hands behind his back, turned his head to look in a direction and sighed. Wasn't that kid heavily injured? How could he still have such sharp instincts? The Mountain Quaking Fist also teaches this. How come I, the one who wrote the fist manual, didn't know? A green robe swept over to the side of the mountain. He bent over, panting heavily, his hands on his knees. When he stopped, fresh blood dripped onto the ground. Gu smiled. You really don't know pain. Chen Pingan straightened his back, his face pale and stained with blood. He quickly sat on the ground and wiped his face. Senior, this is? Gu said. You still have the nerve to ask me? Chen Pingan said helplessly. I already sensed this group of Deer Cutting Mountain assassins long ago. Actually, I've already sent a flying sword message to a friend. A few more days and we'll be able to catch the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Gu asked, what friend, from the mountain? Is he really not afraid of the mosquitoes and flies of Deer Cutting Mountain that love to stick to people? Chen Pingan smiled. Anyway, he's a good friend. He's more patient than I am and is least afraid of these trash. I have nothing to be embarrassed about troubling him. Gu nodded. Gu said, this time I'm really leaving. The remaining 3 will be left to you to feed your punches. Chen Pingan smiled bitterly. Senior Gu, I really can't. Gu smiled. Then what do you mean? Chen Pingan sat cross-legged, his hands on his knees. Then allow me to learn the world's most authentic mountain quaking fist from Senior. The assassins of Deer Cutting Mountain would rather die than reveal their secrets. Chen Pingan had experienced this before. Gu said in a low voice, sitting and learning. Get up. Chen Pingan stood up shakily, his body unsteady, but his fist intent was extremely proper. It was like copying and writing after learning how to read. The old man in the green robe and cloth shoes bent his knees slightly, twisted his wrist, formed a fist with one hand, and slowly pushed it forward. His other hand formed a fist, but he pulled it back. My mountain quaking fist focuses on using one fist to attack the enemy and one to defend the mind. Therefore, even if you're facing the ancestors of the 3 sects, as long as the fist intent is not scattered, you can still punch after death. No matter how powerful your immortal techniques are, my mountain quaking fist will split open the mountain. This is what I, Chen Pingan, learned when I was in the 7th realm, so I was able to write the preface of this fist manual. If you, Chen Pinggan, want to reach greater heights than me in the future, then you should have such an arrogant thought. The 3 assassins of Deer-Cutting Mountain had already started to run for their lives. Some flew on the wind, some ran close to the ground, and some used their abilities, turning into green smoke and dissipating. The old man stepped out with his cloth shoes, and then finished the 6 steps in an instant, and punched out. Then he changed his stance, punching somewhere else, and changed his stance again, punching towards the sky. Chen Pinggan stared with wide eyes, following the old man in the green robe. So this was the true mountain quaking fist. It was not just Jiu who punched 3 times with his cultivation as a 10th realm martial artist. But the fist intent of the mountain quaking fist could be so spectacular. As for where the fist intent landed and what the result was, Chen Pinggan did not even need to look. Jiu retracted his fist and stood still, asking, "How is it?" Chen Pinggan said slowly, "It's like watching a fist is like practicing a sword." Jiu sneered, "Practicing a sword? So what if you've cultivated a sword immortal?" "I came to Great Seal Capital to kill a sword immortal." Chen Pinggan scratched his head and said, "Someone said that practicing a fist is like practicing a sword." Jiu nodded, "That makes sense. It's the same if you look at it the other way around. Dying thousands of fist techniques and living out a fist intent is the true way to practice a fist." Chen Pinggan's eyes lit up. "Yes." Jiu suddenly said, "It's hard to say how good Kui Cheng's fist technique is. Hei's fist is just average. If it were me, Chen Pinggan, I'd guarantee that you, Chen Pinggan, would be the strongest." Chen Pinggan was speechless. Chen Pinggan's lips moved slightly, but there were some things he did not say in the end. Jiu shook his head, indicating that the young man did not need to say anything. Chen Pinggan could only cup his fists and send him off. Jiu also cupped his fists and bade farewell. It had nothing to do with cultivation realm or age. The world's mountain quaking fist had Jiu first, followed by Chen Pinggan. 533. Chen Pinggan stayed on the mountain for 2 days. All day long, all he did was stagger and practice his walking stance. On this day, at dawn, a young man dressed like a Confucian scholar came riding the wind. When he saw the ravine on the plains, he suddenly stopped and then quickly saw Chen Pinggan on the mountain top. Qi Jinglong floated to the ground, travel worn. To be able to make a Yuanying bottleneck sword show so wretched, he must have been in a hurry. But from riding the wind to landing, Qi Jinglong remained silent. Only when he lightly shook his clothes and the talisman's aura dissipated did he reveal himself. Chen Pinggan smiled slightly. His heart, which had been stretched taut all this time, quietly relaxed a little. As long as Qi Jinglong appeared, there was no harm in being lazy. Previously, before parting at the Dragon Head Ferry, Chen Pinggan had given one of the flying swords in the sword box that Zhu Quan of the Linen Sect had given him. There were 2 messenger flying swords in the box, and he had given one to Qi Jinglong so that it would be convenient for the 2 of them to communicate with each other. But Chen Pinggan had not imagined that it would be used so quickly. Only the heavens knew why the assassins of Deer Mountain were willing to destroy their golden signboard just to target an outsider like him. The 2 sides had only exchanged 1 messenger flying sword. Qi Jinglong's reply was very simple, unbelievably concise and to the point. "Wait a moment, don't die." At this moment, Qi Jinglong surveyed his surroundings. After carefully examining his surroundings, he asked, "What's going on?" "2 groups of people." Chen Pinggan sat on the bamboo box, took out the blade strengthening gourd and shook it. Qi Jinglong felt a headache and hurriedly said, "Forget it." Chen Pinggan was now wearing the 100-eyed Daotai robe that he had picked up from the side of the road. He took a sip of wine and said, "One of the seniors, I can't say his name. Do you still remember something I told you about the Uchioma in the southeast of Itarakuru?" Qi Jinglong nodded. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "This senior is the one who wrote the fist manual I learned. After the senior found me, he rewarded me with 3 punches. I didn't die, and he also helped me take care of 6 assassins of Deer Mountain." Qi Jinglong asked, "It's him?" Chen Pinggan blinked and didn't say anything. That was it. Qi Jinglong did not ask any more questions. The second group of deer-cutting mountain assassins did not leave too many traces near the mountain top, but it was clear that they did not hesitate to break the rules to attack. This meant that they had already regarded Chen Pinggan as a nascent soul stage cultivator, or even a powerful one. Only in this way could there not be any accidents and not leave any traces. Then for a pure martial artist to be able to kill 6 deer-cutting mountain cultivators by himself after Chen Pinggan had suffered such serious injuries from 3 punches, he should at least be a peak martial artist. Starting from the Wuling Kingdom, then traveling against the current from the Green Oriole Kingdom all the way to the Fufu Kingdom, there was not a single 9th-tier martial artist. There was a female Great Grandmaster in the capital of the Daejuan Kingdom, but unfortunately, she had to fight against the evil dragon with the Imperial Seal. Connecting the dots with Chen Pinggan's so-called Bai-En and the earlier rumors in the southeastern part of the North Continent, the truth naturally came to light. It was very easy to guess, Gu. The ultimate martial artist Gu had never formally accepted a disciple in his life. The female Great Grandmaster in the capital of the Daejuan Kingdom could only be considered half a disciple. Gu's teaching of fist techniques was extremely strange. There were different opinions. The only one that could be considered reliable was that Gu had once personally said that his fist techniques could be learned by anyone, but no one could learn them. Qi Jinglong thought for a moment. You have been relatively safe recently. Since that elder has punched, he will almost never leak any information. This means that Deer-Cutting Mountain is still waiting for the results, and it is even more impossible for them to send out another group of assassins to target you. So you should continue to travel. I will go find the founder of Deer-Cutting Mountain for you and try to clean up this mess. But let me say this first, I can definitely make Deer-Cutting Mountain stop. But if you pay them to break the rules, you have to find the mastermind behind it. You still need to be careful. Chen Pinggan crossed his arms over his chest and said, In Jianghu, I have more experience than you. Qi Jinglong asked, How many more days do you plan to stay here? Chen Pinggan said straightforwardly, I still need 3 more days. I will continue my journey when my body recovers. Qi Jinglong took a step forward and came to the foot of the mountain. Then, he started to draw talismans along the foot of the mountain, one hand behind his back and the other pointing. Every time he drew a talisman, he would travel more than 100 feet. It was natural and smooth, without any stagnation. Don't forget, Qi Jinglong's talisman way could make Yunxiao Palace's Yang Ningzhen feel inferior. After all, Chongxian Bureau's Yunxiao Palace was one of the ancestral courts of the North Continent's talisman sect. After about half an hour, Qi Jinglong returned to the top of the mountain. It can withstand 3 attacks from an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. The precondition is that one is not a sword cultivator and does not have a half-immortal weapon. Chen Pinggan gave him a thumbs up. You've only seen me draw a wall of mud talismans, and you've already learned 70 to 80% of my skills. You're indeed the land dragon of the North Continent, so young and promising. Qi Jinglong could not be bothered with him and prepared to leave. The sooner he left and found the person in charge of Deer Reaping Mountain, the calmer this guy would be. As for finding the person in charge of Deer Reaping Mountain, of course, he would have to reason with him. However, at this moment, Qi Jinglong glanced at Chen Pinggan. Most of the skin outside his robe was lacerated, and there were a few places where his bones were exposed. He frowned and asked, Do you not know pain? Chen Pinggan chuckled. I am a martial artist. Some injuries. Qi Jinglong suddenly appeared beside Chen Pinggan and pressed on his shoulder. Chen Pinggan's face instantly twisted. He lowered his shoulder and dodged Qi Jinglong. What the hell? Qi Jinglong smiled and said, Fortunately, you are still human. Qi Jinglong looked around and raised his hand. Several rays of golden light flew into his sleeve. They were probably his unique talisman to determine if there were any hidden dangers around. Chen Pinggan smiled and asked, You really don't want to drink some wine before you leave? Qi Jinglong laughed angrily. Drink, drink, drink. You lost a few pounds of blood from being beaten up, and you rely on drinking to recover. You pure martial artists only have such a bold method. Chen Pinggan said seriously, To tell you the truth, after taking 3 punches from that senior, my realm has skyrocketed. This is called a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Qi Jinglong, if you don't hurry up and break through, you won't have the face to see me in the future. Qi Jinglong asked, are you in the golden body realm or the far travel realm? Chen Pinggan smiled and said, chatting with you is boring. Qi Jinglong did not say anything and directly flew away. His figure was as ethereal as smoke and then disappeared in an instant. It was definitely because of the superior talisman. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Chen Pinggan did not feel any guilt. He did not even need to thank him. The reason was simple. In the future, when Qi Jinglong asked Chen Pinggan for help, it would be the same. However, Chen Pinggan still hoped that there would not be such an opportunity. Even if there was, it would be later. When his swordsmanship was better, his sword would be faster, and of course, his fists would be harder. The later, the better. Because in the world, the 2 words that could withstand the most scrutiny were his name. Peace. After Qi Jinglong left, Chen Pinggan had nothing to do. The matter of recuperating, especially the recovery of his physical body, could not be rushed. Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment. Anyway, there was no one around, so he began to turn upside down. With his head supporting the ground, he tried to merge the heaven and earth pillar and the other 3 pillars. He nodded his head and walked slowly. After half an hour, Chen Pinggan slapped the ground with his palm and spun in the air. He stood still again and patted the dirt and dust on his head. He did not feel too good. In the end, Chen Pinggan saw Qi Jinglong standing by the bamboo box. Chen Pinggan said, you look like a ghost. Are you trying to scare people in broad daylight? Qi Jinglong asked curiously, what are you doing? Chen Pinggan continued to pat his head and said solemnly, I'm practicing the walking stance. It's a unique secret technique. Do you want to learn it? I won't teach ordinary people if they want to learn it. Qi Jinglong shook his sleeves and placed 2 pots of immortal wine that he had bought from the skeleton beach on the bamboo box. Continue then. Qi Jinglong turned into a rainbow and rose into the sky again. Then, his figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. Chen Pinggan sat on the bamboo chest and picked up the jug of wine. It was genuine immortal wine, not the glutinous rice wine that could be found in the marketplace. This guy seemed to be more generous than him. Zhengyang Mountain held a banquet to celebrate Dao Zi, one of the sword immortals on the mountain and the granddaughter of the Dao family's patriarch, reaching the cave abode realm. The cave abode realm was a huge threshold. After reaching the cave abode realm, one would be an immortal in the middle 5 realms. In addition to the many gifts from various forces, Zhengyang Mountain's gift was of course even more valuable. They directly gave the girl a mountain that had been moved from another place as Dao Zi's private garden. It was not considered a mountain since the girl had yet to reach the golden core stage. However, Dao Zi already had a mountain when she was born. Later, when Su Jiao left Zhengyang Mountain, Su Jiao's mountain was given to Dao Zi. Now, the girl alone had 3 treasured lands with abundant spiritual qi in her hands. It could be said that her dowry was generous. Whoever could become her Taoist companion in the future would be a great blessing that he had accumulated in his previous life. The mountain that was given as a gift by Zhengyang Mountain's ancestral master hall was an old mountain of a small country. A small country resisted stubbornly and was completely submerged by Dalis cavalry. The golden body of the mountain god collapsed in the battle, and the mountain became completely ownerless. Zhengyang Mountain then exchanged the merits of the cultivators on the mountain with the Dali imperial court and bought the north peak of the small country. Then, they handed it over to the guardian ape of Zhengyang Mountain. After that, it used its natal supernatural power to cut off the mountain's roots and left with the huge mountain on its back. Since the north peak of the small country was not too lofty, the moving mountain ape only needed to reveal its incomplete true form. It was only about 100 feet tall and carried the mountain on its back like a young man carrying a huge rock. Then, it boarded its own ferry and brought it back to Zhengyang Mountain. Once it settled down, it would be connected to the mountains and rivers. Dao Zi was the happy fruit of the old sword immortals of Zhengyang Mountain since she was young. In addition to her noble status, her excellent aptitude was also the key. She was an anomaly in Zhengyang Mountain in the past 500 years. While her aptitude was good, her foundation, talent, temperament, and opportunities were stable in all aspects. This meant that Dao Zi's advancement speed would not be too fast, but her bottleneck would be very small. There was no doubt that she would enter the Golden Core realm. In the future, she would have a great chance of becoming a nascent soul realm cultivator. For the Immortals Cave that was dedicated to establishing a sect, of course, everyone was envious of the great genius of Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple. However, Dao Zi was also very important. To some extent, a nascent soul realm cultivator who could walk to the top of the mountain unhurriedly was actually more reliable than those God's favored ones who became famous at a young age. This was because the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. However, among the gifts, there was one that was the most eye-catching. Even if the person who gave the gift did not show up, the entire mountain except for the Dao family's ancestral master felt honored. This was because the gift came from the old dragon city's vassal manor. The person who gave the gift was none other than the emperor of the Song clan, Song Mu. Before this, there were some rumors that Dao Zi went to the Pearl Grotto Heaven when she was young. At that time, she got to know the Prince Song Mu, whose identity had not been revealed at that time. On the new mountain, the Northern Mountain Ancestral Temple was dilapidated. A lot of manpower, material, and financial resources were needed to repair it. The banquet gradually dispersed. A slim and graceful girl stood outside the gate of the ancestral temple. There was a small emerald green gourd hanging on her waist. It was a small gift that her brother Wood Moving had given her back then. In fact, no one had realized that this emerald green gourd would actually be an extremely valuable magic treasure. It was only after the Dao family's ancestral master had personally found an expert to appraise it that its rarity was confirmed. Next to the girl, Dao Zi, stood the burly old ape, the protector of Zhengyang Mountain. Dao Zi withdrew her gaze from the magnificent ancestral temple and turned to ask with a smile, "Grandpa White Ape, does Sister Sue really not have a chance to return to Zhengyang Mountain?" The old ape shook his head. "She's already trash. She'll only be a joke if she stays on Xingyang Mountain." Dao Zi complained, "That young garden lord of the Wind Thunder Garden is really something. Why didn't he enter closed-door cultivation earlier? Why did he choose to hide at this juncture? What a thief." The old ape grinned. With Li Tuanjing's death, more than half of the Wind Thunder Garden collapsed. No matter how talented the new garden lord, Huang He, is, he can't do anything alone. As for that Liu Baqiao, he's a coward trapped by love. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's doing well right now. In fact, the further he goes, the more uncertain his path becomes. When Huang He comes out of seclusion, our Zhengyang Mountain can openly seek the sword. The old ape looked at the ancestral vein's main mountain, Zhengyang Mountain, where the ancestral master hall was located. The old ape smiled. "Our Zhengyang Mountain is different. We've reached the peak of Sword Dao. Once we gather more forces in the human world, not only will we be able to become a clan of immortals, we might even have more than one sword immortal of the upper 5 realms. By then, all the sword cultivators of the continent will have to bow down to us. The strong have great luck. In the next 100 or 1,000 years, Zhengyang Mountain will only become more prosperous. Compared to the decaying Blizzard Temple, Zhengwu Mountain is destined to have a higher path." Dao Zi sighed. "Grandpa White Ape, I'm not interested in what you're saying." The old ape suddenly said, "The people from the Shu family of Clearwind City are here." Dao Zi rolled her eyes. "That annoying demon." The old ape smiled. After the Shu family's patriarch of Clearwind City obtained the Tsuezi armor, he wantonly purged the Shu family's collateral forces. Soon, he cleaned up all the internal threats. Apart from moving out of Cinnabar Mountain back then and falling into a disadvantageous position in the Dali Imperial Court, which left them with a bad impression, he did not do anything else. Later on, the Clearwind City's Shu family married their first daughter to the Yuan family's bastard son. They made up for it after the sheep were lost and clung onto the family of a high-ranking pillar of the country. Now, they were considered a core force of the mountain's supporting dragon vein. However, they were still inferior to Xingyang Mountain. In the past few years, that scheming foxy woman from Clearwind City had been beating around the bush, hoping that her son would be able to become Dao companions with Dao Zi. However, the Dao family's ancestor still had not agreed to it. In fact, once the Dao family and Clearwind City were united by marriage, it would be a great thing for the entire Zhengyang Mountain. The two families could add to each other's splendor. A graceful woman in palace attire and a handsome young man in a scarlet robe came together with the wind. Dao Zi smiled brightly and bowed. "Greetings, madam." The young man bowed to the mountain-moving ape. "Greetings, Grandpa White Ape." The old ape only nodded in reply to the young man. The woman's movements were gentle. She reached out and grabbed the young woman's hand. She smiled affectionately and said, "It's only been a few years since we last met, and my Dao girl has become so beautiful." After a round of pleasantries, the woman and the old ape had a tacit understanding to let the young man and young woman be alone. The two elders walked towards the ancestral temple on the old mountain. Outside the ancestral temple, Dao Zi stared and reached out her hand. "Annoying person, where's your gift?" The handsome young man in the scarlet robe clenched his fist, then suddenly released it. There was nothing there, and he patted the young woman's hand. "Keep it well." Dao Zi frowned. The young man raised his hands and smiled mischievously. "Don't be anxious. Our Clearwind City's Fox Country will have a surprise in the near future. I can only wait and give you my gift later." Dao Zi snorted. The two of them walked on the white jade plaza at the peak of the old mountain of another country. They strolled along the railing. The scenery of Zhengyang Mountain was a famous scenic spot in the Aquarius continent. The young man glanced at the emerald green gourd at Dao Zi's waist. "Your brother moving wood, why isn't he here to congratulate us?" Dao Zi sneered. "You think he's a loafer like you? He is now the vassal king of Dali, the ruler of half of the continent." The young man laughed. "Don't spout nonsense." Dao Zi sneered. "The consequences of me standing here and spouting nonsense, or the consequences of you spouting nonsense after hearing it, which one is more serious?" The young man was helpless. The smelly girl was speaking the truth. He leaned on the railing. "Ma Ku Xian is truly powerful. The tidal cavalry is completely gone. I heard that the girl who angered Ma Ku Xian that year and her grandfather knelt and begged for mercy, but Ma Ku Xian did not change his mind." Dao Zi acknowledged. "The one from Li Zhu Grotto Heaven's Apricot Blossom Alley? After going to Zhenwu Mountain, he has been breaking through like crazy. Such a person, just ignore him." The young man was silent for a moment, his face gloomy, because he thought of a certain person whom he disliked the most when he first saw him. However, what made him feel slightly better was that he did not like that lowly bumpkin. It was only a personal grudge, but the girl beside him and the entire Zhengyang Mountain had a dead knot with that person that even gods could not untie. It was a death grudge. What was even more interesting was that guy. For some reason, the trash who had broken his longevity bridge had turned to martial arts and liked to run away. He did not enjoy his life at home all year round. Now, not only did he have a family business, but it was also very big. There were so many mountains including Luopa Mountain. Among them, Zhusha Mountain was his wedding dress. He had a ready-made mountain mansion for nothing. When he thought of this, his mood became extremely bad again. Unfortunately, news in Longquan County was heavily restricted, and with the Saint Ruan Jiao overseeing it, the Shu family of Clearwind City did not dare to inquire about news without permission. Many of the shrouded pieces of inside information were still passed back to his sister's family through the Yuan family she married into, bit by bit. It was not very useful. As long as that person did not die, he would be a thorn in the heart of the future city lord of Clearwind City. Of course, he would be a thorn in the side of Zhengyang Mountain. He believed that the thing that Zhengyang Mountain feared the most was not that young man's family background, but that the lowly bumpkin would really climb up to the Dragon Spring Sword sect. Especially if he really had an unclear relationship with the green-clothed ponytailed girl, it would be very troublesome. After all, she was Ruan Jiao's only daughter. Longquan County was a tacit forbidden ground between the Dali Imperial Court and the people on the mountain. No one dared to explore it without permission. Because Saint Ruan Jiao was worthy of being the chief consecrator of Dali. The two generations of emperors of the Song clan, treated this sword forger from the Wind Snow Temple as an esteemed guest sincerely. The young man looked back. In the ruins of the old mountain ancestral temple, the woman and the old ape talked about the situation of the Aquarius continent, then went to the main topic and said softly that Liu Xianyang, once he returns from the Chen family to the Dragon Springsword sect, it will be a huge problem. The old ape sneered, compared to our Xingyang mountain, your Shu family's little trouble in the future is nothing. The woman frowned, cultivating on the mountain for 20 to 30 years, in the blink of an eye, our Clearwind city and your Xingyang mountain are both ambitious, there will be immediate worries if there is no long-term concern. Especially that Chen guy, he must die. The old ape said indifferently, don't give me a chance, or else with one punch, the world will be clear. The woman was annoyed, is it that simple? The old ape asked back, that kid should be thanking the gods if I don't find trouble with him. Do you think he dares to come to Xingyang mountain to seek revenge? The woman sighed. In fact, she knew very well that even if Liu Xianyang entered the Dragon Springsword sect and became the direct disciple of Wan Teng, he would not be able to cause too much trouble. As for that bumpkin from Clay Bottle Alley, even if he had accumulated an impressive family business whose depth was unknown for the time being, he was still an ant trying to shake a tree when faced with Xingyang mountain, which was backed by the imperial court of the Li dynasty. Putting aside the Li dynasty and the few sword cultivator patriarchs of Xingyang mountain, how could a young martial artist from a desolate mountain contend with this mountain-moving ape? But for some reason, the woman had been feeling uneasy all these years. The old ape's mouth twitched, and his face was full of mockery. Madam, what do you think of the Wind Snow Temple's sword immortal Wei Jin? Although the woman did not know why the old beast asked this question, she still answered, he's the continent's #1 genius after Li Tuanjing and before Ma Kushuan. The old ape said, then if Wei Jin were to challenge our Xingyang mountain, would he dare? Would he be able to make our Xingyang mountain bow our heads? The woman smiled, of course, he would dare, but he wouldn't. The old ape said in the end, he's just a lowly bastard from Clay Bottle Alley, an ant whose longevity bridge is broken. Even if I lend him the courage, would he dare to come to Xingyang mountain? That might not be nice to hear. The woman paused for a moment and said slowly, I think that person would dare to come. The mountain ape laughed heartily and nodded, that's true. He dared to fight me back then, he's quite bold. But now, no one will protect him. If he dares to come to Xingyang mountain after leaving Longquan County, I guarantee that he'll die at the foot of the mountain when he looks up at the ancestral hall. In the North Continent tens of thousands of miles away from the Aquarius continent, Qi Jinglong drew a talisman thunder pool on the mountaintop. A young man in a black robe wandered around the mountain for 2 days. He would either practice his walking stance or squat at the foot of the mountain when he had nothing to do, admiring the exquisiteness of Qi Jinglong's talisman drawing technique. Chen Pinggan completely dispelled the idea of practicing the heaven and earth stance. It was not because the posture was too embarrassing, but because forcefully combining the 4 stances would only cause the fist intent to clash and lose its meaning. During this period of time, he cultivated more than he practiced his fist techniques. After all, his body was too weak right now, and too many walking stances would hurt his foundation instead. If he were a peak martial artist, he would have died 3 times after receiving 3 punches from him. If he were an ordinary martial artist in the distant travel realm, he should have died too. As for Chen Pinggan, of course, it did not mean that he was stronger than a martial artist in the 8th realm. In fact, it was equivalent to him dying once. In the twilight of this day, Chen Pinggan squatted beside the bamboo box and drew some ordinary yellow paper talisman. He had already drawn 700 to 800 talisman. When Sui Jingcheng found the first batch of Deer Mountain assassins' corpses, there were 3 types of killing talisman that Chen Pinggan could learn and use immediately. One was the Heavenly Thunder Talisman, which was born from the ancestor of all techniques. Of course, it was not an authentic thunder talisman, but it could not withstand Chen Pinggan's large number of talisman. Another was the Great River Talisman, which was a water talisman. The last one was the Earth Talisman, which was an earth talisman. The yellow paper material was not expensive. The gold powder and pill paste that could be bought in the secular world was actually not much compared to the immortal cinnabar that required the expenditure of immortal money. Moreover, Chen Pinggan had bought a pile of bottles and jars of mountain cinnabar in the Spring Dew Gardens Old High Street. Let alone 1,000 random talisman, even another 1,000 would be enough. Chen Pinggan sorted the piles of talisman and placed them one by one on top of the bamboo box. It was enough to make a downpour of talisman. Chen Pinggan admired it for a while and was satisfied. He put it away again, hiding it in his sleeve. It was heavy. This was probably the feeling of having too much money pressing down on one's hands. Chen Pinggan finally leaned against the bamboo box and sat on the ground. He grabbed a stalk of grass, brushed away the dirt, and placed it in his mouth to slowly chew. Afterwards, he held the back of his head with both hands. The fastest thing in the world was not a flying sword, but a thought. For example, he had arrived at Longquan Commanderess Clay Bottle Alley and Luorpa Mountain in an instant, and then he had arrived at the steps of Inverted Hanging Mountain in an instant. Chen Pinggan closed his eyes and immersed his mind, gradually falling asleep. After who knew how long, when he opened his eyes again, he saw light. 534, Translator, Transan Editor, Transan. This year, the Cloud Tower City and the Pond Water City of the Bookslip Lake held the Waterland Conference and the Grand Dew Ritual. They spent a lot of money because they invited many immortals from the Buddhist and Daoist sects. This was because the identities of the two organizers were not ordinary. They were Liu Jimao, the true Lord Severing River who had been a prisoner of the Palace Willow Island, and Guan Yiran, the general of the Book Lake garrison. Otherwise, the price would have been at least doubled. To be able to invite these cultivators down the mountain, it would take a lot of incense, which was not a small price to pay. Of course, they could not only accumulate their own merit, but also get to know Liu Jimao and Guan Yiran. Therefore, the immortals and monks of Taoism were very attentive to the two rituals. Among them, there were 3 figures who were hidden behind the scenes and were not conspicuous. But the military officials on Guan Yiran's side still admired the 3 people's ability to calculate money. The 3 people were named Jiyu Kan, Zheng Yi, and Ma Duyi. The 2 ceremonies ended smoothly. Everyone praised Consecrator Liu and General Guan for their boundless merit. In the night, after drinking a celebratory wine with General Guan's subordinates, a tall and thin young man in a green robe walked back to his residence alone. It was a secluded alley in Pond Water City. He rented a small house here. A tall young man stood at the door and looked forward. When he saw the figure of the young man in green robe, he was relieved. The tall young man was Zheng Yi, a lucky guy who was rescued from the fire pit by the old cultivator of Verdant Canyon Island, Zhong Yi. Later, he worked at the mountain gate of Verdant Canyon Island. During that time, he helped an accountant to clean the room. Later, they traveled to many countries and cultivated with unorthodox methods similar to being possessed by ghosts. Ma Duyi also did not sleep. She was a ghost, so cultivating at night was twice the result with half the effort. At this moment, a lamp was lit on the table and she was planning to record. The 2 Waterland conferences and the Grand Dew ritual cost money like water. Fortunately, the hunchback old man called Julian sent 2 sums of Guyu money. The first time, Julian came in person and saw them. He was very kind and easy to talk to. The second time, he entrusted a young man called Dong Shuijing to deliver the money to the 3 of them in Cloud Tower City. Ma Duyi was dressed in the talisman fox fur from the Shu family in the Clearbreeze City, looking very attractive. Ji Yu Kan stood outside the door and patted her clothes to get rid of the smell of alcohol. She gently knocked on the door and walked into the room. She poured herself a cup of tea and sat across from Ma Duyi. Seng Wei sat on the bench between the 2 of them. Ma Duyi didn't even raise his head. The officials of the general's mansion are much less greedy than our provincial officials. Other than spending a little money, they don't have anything to fill their own pockets. Ji Yu Kan said indifferently, not greedy for money. First, he didn't have the guts to work under General Guan's nose, so he didn't dare to be careless. Secondly, he was destined to have a bright future. It was not worthwhile to lose his official career for money. Naturally, he needed to be a high-ranking official first and then make a lot of money. Without brains, how could he become an assistant official of General Guan? However, there are indeed some civil officials who do not seek wealth. It will be the same in the future. As Ma Duyi stretched, Ji Yukan handed him a cup of tea. Naturally, even Ma Duyi would no longer feel the slightest bit awkward when interacting with him day and night. As for Seng Yi, he had already received the teacup that Ji Yukan had handed over. Ji Yukan smiled. Everyone has worked hard. Ma Duyi drank the tea in one gulp and rubbed his wrist. He was in high spirits. I finally have the time to pick up scraps. Next, I'm going to visit the countries around Bookslip Lake. Stonehair Country, Meili Country, all of them. Ji Yukan reminded him, I'll give you the Peace and Peace tablet when we get back. Use it to tour these vassal states of the Li dynasty. Try to get close to the big cities and passes where the Li dynasty's troops are stationed. If you run into any trouble, you can seek help. However, it's best not to show the peace and quiet token during normal times, lest you attract the hatred of many fallen cultivators. Ma Duyi rolled his eyes. Don't you think you're annoying? Do I need you to teach me these basic principles? I've traveled Jianghu with Mr. Chen much earlier than you. Ji Yukan did not mind and smiled. Then I'll go and rest first. Drinking and socializing are the most tiring. Ji Yukan left the side room of the house and went to the study room on the other side of the main house. On the table, there were the important ghost artifacts that the accountant had bought from the secret storehouse of Verdant Canyon Island, the prison Yama Hall, and the replica lapis lazuli pavilion that Yu Hui had sold to the accountant. Compared to the prison, this lapis lazuli pavilion only had 12 rooms. 11 of them were otherworldly items. They were all cultivators of the middle 5 realms when they were alive. They had turned into malicious ghosts and were extremely obsessed. After so many years, there were still about half of the residents. Ji Yukan sat on the chair and stared at the prison's Yama Hall. His mind was immersed in it. His mind was as small as a mustard seed, just like Verdant Canyon Island's Book Lake. There were more than 200 otherworldly items that were willing to leave through the Water and Land Spiritual Conference and the Grand Ritual of Ju Tian. Most of these existences were otherworldly items that had their wishes fulfilled. There were also some that did not care about this life anymore and hoped to be reincarnated in the next life and live in a different way. However, there were still some otherworldly items that chose to stay in the prison. Day after day, year after year, they cursed and swore at him, the main culprit. Many of them even cursed the accountant viciously. Even so, Ji Yukan still abide by his promise with the accountant. Not only did he not destroy any of the otherworldly items, but he also had to throw some divine coins into the prison's Yama Hall and the replica lapis lazuli pavilion every once in a while so that they would not turn into evil spirits. Ji Yukan left the prison and turned his mind to the lapis lazuli pavilion. He walked past the rooms one by one. The rooms were pitch black and there was nothing inside. Ji Yukan could only look at the ferocious otherworldly items when they stood at the door. At this moment, a female otherworldly item in snow-white clothes stood at the door with a blank expression. Even though they were only a foot apart, she still did not have any intention of attacking. This was because before the lapis lazuli pavilion was handed over to Ji Yukan, they had an agreement with the skinny accountant. In the future, when Ji Yukan entered the lapis lazuli pavilion, it was not a problem for him to kill and take revenge, but he would bear the consequences. There was only one chance. Back then, none of the 11 otherworldly items chose to attack. Now, 2 of them had their own requests and had chosen to leave the human world completely. One of them asked Ji Yukan to promise to take care of his family for at least 100 years and that he had to be rich and wealthy without any major disasters. Ji Yukan agreed. The other one asked Ji Yukan to give her a direct disciple and a magical weapon to ensure that the disciple would enter the middle 5 states. Moreover, Ji Yukan was not allowed to restrict the disciple's cultivation and had no evil intentions. Ji Yukan also agreed, but said that the magical weapon had to be owed to her first. However, Ji Yukan could secretly help her disciple on the path of cultivation. The other 3 chose to rely on Ji Yukan and serve as ghost generals, which was equivalent to Ji Yukan's future worshippers. In the future, the money needed for cultivation and the path of promotion would be determined according to their future contributions. One of them was the first to leave the fake lapis lazuli pavilion and help Ma Duyi pick up scraps. Now, He did not come to the lapis lazuli pavilion often to cultivate. He was content to be the manager of the three people's treasury. Gu Kan's mind withdrew from the lapis lazuli pavilion and closed his eyes to rest, as if he was sleeping. In the side room, Ma Duyi and Seng Yi were still sitting at a table. Ma Duyi was still looking forward to traveling under the mountain in the future, calculating his current wealth and small treasury. Seng Yi wanted to say something but stopped, unwilling to get up and leave. Ma Duyi was puzzled. "What's the matter?" Seng Yi asked. "What do you plan to do in the future?" Ma Duyi was stunned. "What do you mean?" Seng Yi hesitated. "I heard that some of the cultivators on the Pearl Hairpin Island will move to Mr. Chen's hometown. I also want to leave the Bookslip Lake." Ma Duyi frowned. "Isn't it good now? It's not the Bookslip Lake of the past, where life and death were not in our control. Now, the Bookslip Lake has changed. Look, so many cultivators from the mountains and lakes have become immortal record masters of the True Realm sect. Of course, their cultivation levels are high, and most of them are island masters. A nobody like you, Seng Yi, can't compare to them. But in fact, if you're willing to ask Gu Kan to help you mediate and build connections, you might become a ghost cultivator of the True Realm sect in a few days. Even if you don't join the True Realm sect, you just need to focus on cultivating. After all, we have a good relationship with the General's residence in Pondwater City. Seng Yi, you're actually very stable in the Bookslip Lake." Seng Yi lowered his head. "I'm really afraid of Gu Kan." Ma Duyi laughed and scolded. "Look at you." After Seng Yi left, Ma Duyi fell into deep thought. Gu Kan was becoming more and more like that bookkeeper, but Ma Duyi knew that it was just a resemblance, nothing more. So in fact, Ma Duyi was also afraid of Gu Kan. In the general's residence in the Fan residence in Pondwater City, the main general, Guan Iran, was still in the study dealing with government affairs. After a knock on the door, Guan Iran closed a secret memorial and said, "Come in." The cultivator who accompanied the army called Yu Shanfang stepped over the threshold, picked a chair, and sat down. He slumped against the chair, burped, and laughed. This drink was really enjoyable. That little bastard surnamed Gu is young, but he's a real man when it comes to drinking. His persuasion skills are even better. Mother **Ker, two of my brothers and I tried to get him to drink, and we agreed in advance that we'd make the kid spin under the table. Who would have thought that as we drank, the three of us would start fighting among ourselves? 2 big tables, nearly 20 people, and the best ones to leave standing were me and that kid. That kid even carried several people back to his residence." Guan Iran asked, "What do you think of that youth?" Yu Shanfang said, "I've heard so many rumors about Azure Gorge Island and that kid that I've gotten calluses on my ears. But after this year of getting along with him, it's completely different." Guan Iran nodded and didn't say anything more. Yu Shanfang was too lazy to care more. This rough man's military life didn't have so many twists and turns. In any case, Guan Iran, a fellow soldier who had been through fire and water for many years, was there anything to be afraid of? Guan Iran asked, "Yu Shanfang, I plan to get closer to that young man called Dong Shuijing in Longquan County. I'm going to help him connect with my family and make some small businesses a little bigger." Yu Shanfang said gloomily, "Why are you talking to me about this? Firstly, I can't be an accountant, and secondly, I can't be a lackey who guards the house. Let me tell you something, don't make me Dong Shuijing's retainer. I'm a bona fide cultivator who follows the army of Great Li, and that tattered talisman iron armor is my wife. If you dare to ask me to take off my armor and seek for some bullshit riches and honor, I'll kick you to death because of the hatred of snatching my wife." Guan Iran said with a calm expression, "The road to wealth at the foot of the mountain has always been filled with silver flowing through the water since ancient times. If it were up the mountain, it would be an immortal's ferry. In all the secular dynasties, as long as there is water transportation in the country, the rank of the officials in charge is not low. All of them are not famous but hold real power in their hands. Now, our Dali Imperial Court is about to open a new government office, which is in charge of the ferry routes and many ferries of the continent. The official in charge is only one rank lower than the Minister of Revenue. Now, the Imperial Court has begun to scramble for seats. My Guan family has 3 seats, and I can take the one with the lowest position. This is what I deserve. No one inside or outside the family can find fault with it. Speaking of this, Guaniran asked, "You Shanfang, I don't want you to take off your armor and return to the fields. That will only make you sullen to death. Do you think I don't know you? I just want to take this opportunity to send you to the new government office. In the future, you will be in the open and Dong Shuijing will be in the dark. You two will help each other. You will be promoted and he will be rich. Don't worry, it's all clean. Just treat it as me helping you. How about it?" Yu Shanfang said sullenly, "I don't care about being an official or not. Forget it. You can give this opportunity to someone else." Guaniran asked, "Do you really want to die on the battlefield?" Yu Shanfang grinned and said, "Where is the desperate battle now?" Guaniran hesitated for a moment and said implicitly, "The next battlefield is just as dangerous. It's just that we won't be on horseback. I'll only tell you one thing. It doesn't involve any secrets. It's just something I figured out myself. That is, all the cultivators stationed outside Dallas territory, including me, Guaniran, can die at any time and place for no reason. Especially those vassal states that are close to the tragic destruction of their country. The closer they are to the old country's capital, or the closer they are to the destroyed Immortal Mountain, the more likely they are to die in battle. And I can assert that there will be a lot of insidious assassinations, a lot. Yu Shanfang said, "Oh, that's it. I didn't run away and become an official. That's the right thing to do. With your little skills, without me, wouldn't you have to worry about getting stabbed in the butt when you go to the toilet?" Guaniran was so angry that he grabbed a bronze paperweight and threw it at the man. Yu Shanfang caught it and said with a cheeky smile, "Oh, thank you for the reward, General." Yu Shanfang stood up and ran to the door. Guaniran sat where he was and said angrily, "It's only worth 2 or 3 taels of silver. You have the nerve to take it away." Yu Shanfang stopped and turned around. He threw the paperweight back and scolded, "You're from the Guan clan in Yunzai County, Yi State, and you put this piece of junk on the table? I feel ashamed for Master Guan." Guaniran quickly reached out his hands and caught the paperweight. He gently sighed and carefully put it on the table. He smiled and said, "This is from the imperial study room of the Zhuiying dynasty's emperor. Our General Su gave it to me personally. In fact, it's worth a lot." Yu Shanfang just opened the door. With his back to the future leader of the Guan clan, he raised his arm and showed a middle finger. He slammed the door and strode away. An old man quietly landed in the courtyard of a house in a small alley. Yu can put away the Yama Palace and the fake Liu Li Pavilion on the table and put them in a bamboo box by his feet. He picked up a bamboo fan made of divine cloud bamboo and put it on his waist. He left the study room with a smile and opened the door of the main room. This uninvited guest could be considered his master. It was Liu Jimao from the Qingxia Island who was rumored to have a chance to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage. Yu can opened the door and bowed. Disciple Yu can greets master. Liu Jimao nodded with a smile. "You and I are master and disciple. There is no need to be so distant." The two of them sat in the main hall. The plaque was left by an old friend of the house, Eternal Beauty. The couplets hanging on both sides were also very old. They hadn't been changed. Behind the door, the scenery is beautiful. When the window is closed, the moral text is to cultivate the heart. Liu Jimao sat on the main seat, and Yu can sat on the side. Liu Jimao looked around the room. This place is a bit small, but it is quiet. Yu can asked, "Master, do you want to drink wine? There is no immortal wine here, but a friend of mine has a lot of glutinous rice wine. However, I don't think you can get used to this kind of wine." Liu Jimao waved his hand and smiled, "No need for wine." Yu can didn't say anything else. He sat upright with a smile on his face. Liu Jimao smiled and asked, "Master went outside with a sect consecrator earlier. Now, you have some friendship with great General Su Gaoshan. Do you want to join the army and become a military officer?" Yu can shook his head and smiled, "Disciple won't squander master's friendship." Liu Jimao didn't force him. He suddenly sighed, "Yu can, you're not 14 yet, right?" Yu can nodded. Liu Zhimao was silent for a moment. If Master succeeds in breaking through to the upper 5 realms, as a consecrator, you can make 3 requests to the True Realm sect. Sect Master Jiang agreed to this long ago. I plan to ask the True Realm sect to give you one of the vassal islands, including Qing Xia Island and White Scale Island. Ji Yukan looked at ease and was not in a hurry to speak. Liu Zhimao continued, I'm not only thinking for you, my favorite disciple, but also for my own selfish reasons. I don't want the bloodline of Qing Xia Island to end. As long as you're in Qing Xia Island, the Ancestral Master Hall won't be closed. It doesn't matter even if there are only a few people left in Qing Xia Island. In this way, as the Island Master of Qing Xia Island, I can serve Jiang Shangzhen and the True Realm sect wholeheartedly. Ji Yukan asked, Master, what do you need me to do? Master, just tell me. I don't dare to say anything nice. If I can do it, I'll do it and try my best to do it. Liu Zhimao smiled and stroked his beard. He pondered for a moment and said slowly, help the Ancestral Master Hall of Qing Xia Island expand. It's as simple as that. But I'll say it first. Except for Li Fuyao, the nascent Soul Realm Master of the True Realm sect, I'm not familiar with any of the other masters. I even have some potential enemies. Jiang Shangzhen has never really opened his heart to me. Therefore, it's not entirely a good thing for you to take over the Ancestral Master Hall of Qing Xia Island and several vassal islands. You need to weigh the pros and cons. After all, a windfall from the sky can kill people with too much money. You're the only disciple that I like, that's why I'm being so straightforward with you. Ji Yukan said, then I'll think about it carefully. I'll give you a clear answer in 3 days at the latest. Liu Zhimao nodded and said, that's the best. Be careful and afraid of death. Plan before acting. Don't hesitate to risk your life. Gamble big and win big. This is the foundation of us mountain cultivators. Ji Yukan nodded and said, I'll remember Master's teachings. Speaking of this, Ji Yukan smiled and said, in the early years, I thought I knew everything. In fact, I knew nothing. I was stubborn and ignorant. I've made a fool of myself in front of Master. Liu Zhimao smiled and said, in the world, those who say they know everything are naturally the ones who don't know the most. In fact, your actions back then seemed to be lawless, but in fact, it's not as bad as you think. As long as you survive, all the hardships you've suffered are the real property of a mountain cultivator. The truth of biting off the teeth and swallowing blood is the truth that you really understand. Ji Yukan made a sound of agreement. Liu Zhimao took out an ancient book that seemed to be made of gold and jade. The book's title was written in 4 ancient golden characters, river-severing scripture. Liu Zhimao stretched out 2 fingers and gently pushed the book to the calm young man in green. The old man said in a deep voice, the Taoism that Master taught you in the past is the basic Taoism of Green Gorge Island's ancestral hall on the surface. It's just an unorthodox Taoism. Only this immortal's secret book is the foundation of Master's Taoism. To be honest, Master really didn't dare and didn't want to pass this Taoism to you. Naturally, Master was afraid that you and Little Loach would join hands and kill Master. After Liu Zhimao pushed out the secret book that he had treasured for hundreds of years, he didn't look at it anymore. Today is different from the past. If I enter the upper 5 realms, everything will be fine. If I unfortunately die, there will be no Liu Zhimao in the world. Then, I won't have to worry about you. Ji Yukan didn't take the Immortal's ancient book that was almost equivalent to half of the upper 5 realms. He stood up and bowed to Liu Zhimao again. Liu Zhimao sat at the main table of the hut and accepted the disciple's bow. The intrigue between this pair of master and disciple was not little after all these years. Tonight, one person gave a book and the other bowed. It was actually very pure. It was just the purest inheritance of Daoist techniques on the path of cultivation in the world. After tonight, the old grudges and calculations between the master and disciple would probably still be a complicated situation. Ji Yukan put the Immortal's secret book into his sleeve. Liu Zhimao smiled and said, your senior sister Tian and your other senior brothers are really stupid. Ji Yukan smiled and said, you brought this upon yourself. You can't blame others. Liu Zhimao thought for a moment and said, go get 2 pots of wine. Master will chat with you for a while. Drink and drink. Don't stand on ceremony. The main door of the hut was not closed. The moonlight entered the hut. Ji Kan went to the kitchen and made 2 trips. He brought 2 pots of wine from his hometown that Dong Shuijing had given him, 2 white bowls, and a few dishes to accompany the wine. Liu Zhimao poured a bowl of wine and picked up a crispy dried fish from Bookslip Lake. He chewed and drank a mouthful of wine. This was the taste of the human world. Although there was a high chance of him breaking through, and Jiang Shangzhen would spare no effort to help him guard the array so that the True Realm sect would have another pure Jade Realm consecrator. However, nothing was absolute. It was still possible that this delicious meal under the bright moon would be Liu Zhimao's last supper in the human world. Liu Zhimao smiled and said, "Back then, you created the 10 heroes of Bookslip Lake. Actually, only the 9 of you are well known. I reckon that until now, not many people have guessed that the last person is actually the accountant at our Green Gorge Island's mountain gate. What a pity. In the future, you would have had the chance to become an even greater legend." Liu Zhimao stepped on the bench with 1 foot. He narrowed his eyes and took a sip of wine. He picked up a few peanuts and threw them into his mouth. He stretched out a hand and started counting. Green Gorge Island's Devil Incarnate Ji Kan, White Scale Island's Lord Tian Hu, 4th Senior Brother Qin Ju, 6th Senior Brother Chao Zhe, Pondwater City's Young Master Fan Yang, Yellow Horse Island's Lu Caisang, Drum Island's Yuan Yuan, Fallen Prince Han Jingling, and Great General's son Huang He. Liu Zhimao smiled and said, "Your senior sister Tian went to Gong Willow Island twice, but I didn't see her. The first time, she wandered around the border for a day and a night and returned disappointed. The second time, she became more and more afraid of death. She wanted to break into Gong Willow Island and use the method of losing half of her life temporarily in exchange for a complete life in the future. Unfortunately, my stone-hearted master still didn't bother to see her. She lost half of her life in vain. What are you going to do with her? Beat her or kill her?" Ji Kan smiled and said, "Master has put in a lot of effort to deliberately drive senior sister Tian into a corner and make her completely desperate. In the final analysis, I still hope that I, Ji Kan, and the future of Verdant Canyon Island, can have one more sensible and useful talent." Liu Zhimao nodded and said, "The way you used to control Lord Tian, who was actually not bad. It's just like," speaking of this, Liu Zhimao pointed to a few dishes on the table and said, "If you only drink wine without the accompanying dishes, the taste will be much worse. Using the carrot and stick is easy to say, but it's not easy to do. You can learn from me and my brother Zhong Yi. This is one of the few kind-hearted hearts of Master. Reality has proven that compared to being greedy and saving effort, cutting everything with a knife and using the method of being a tyrant to everyone, using benefits to entice them, the incense of a mountain will definitely not last long." Ji Kan nodded and said, "The same rice can feed 100 different people. Of course, it needs to be divided and tempted. Fame, money, magic weapons, cultivation opportunities, fishing is a great knowledge." Liu Zhimao laughed and said, "No wonder when I was in Gong Willow Island, I heard that you like to go fishing by the lake. Even if the harvest is not big, you still go there every time." What made Liu Zhimao happy was not Ji Kan's trifling matter that seemed to be a joke. Instead, it was because Ji Kan had finally learned how to control himself and how to open his heart at the right time. He did not take off the luxurious dragon robe from back then and put on the shabby green robe today and really think that everyone would believe him. Ji Kan had changed his nature and become a good young man with a heart of bodhisattva. If that was really the case, it could only mean that Ji Kan had grown compared to back then, but not by much. He was still used to treating others as fools. What would happen in the end? Fan Yang, who pretended to be a fool in Poolwater City, could only find the weakness of Ji Kan's mental state. Back then, he was able to play Ji Kan like a dog. Since Liu Zhimao could give away the river-severing sutra, he could take it back casually when he left. Therefore, Liu Zhimao had a test of Ji Kan's temperament next. Lord Tian Hu, who was destined to be a failure, was an ordinary nascent soul cultivator in the future. He was just a dispensable dish on the table tonight. However, perfected Lord Jiang Jie was not in a hurry. They had just started drinking. Liu Zhimao said casually, Fan Yang has been the real mastermind behind Pool Water City for a long time. Can you tell? Ji Yukan smiled bitterly. Master, I'm not blind. Liu Zhimao smiled. Then can you tell that Fan Yang already has someone in the court? It's not Guan Yiran, the grandson of the old minister of the Ministry of Personnel of Dali, nor is it Su Gaoshan, the one who took the capital of the Zhuang dynasty first. Ji Yukan thought for a moment. I'll tolerate him in the future. He hoped that Fan Yang and his parents would still be alive when the time came. It would be best if his family was prosperous. Liu Zhimao continued, Yuan was born into a good family. His parents were both golden core cultivators. The backer of Drum Island, or more accurately, the backer of Yuan's mother, was the nascent soul cultivator of the Zhuang dynasty. In the end, a young man in white with an unknown identity chased him for thousands of miles with Ron Xiu of the Dragon Spring Sword sect and killed him on the border. Logically speaking, Drum Island should have been finished. But now, he got the true Jing Sex offerings and the peace token issued by the Ministry of Justice of Dali. Ji Yukan did not hold much hatred for this little fatty nicknamed Yuan. How smart could a guy who showed his shrewdness on his face be? Drum Island's ability to take advantage of the situation was not a big deal. Anyone could do it. As long as this guy did not provoke him again, he could even be an honored guest of Green Gorge Island. As for Yuan's sarcastic words behind his back, how heavy could his saliva be? He, Ji Yukan, had heard a lot of people criticizing him behind his back since he was a child. Now, Ji Yukan would not kill anyone. At least not for the time being. And this for the time being might be extremely long. But Ji Yukan could wait. He had the patience. This was because he understood a principle. When you could only break the rules but not create them, you had to abide by the rules first. During this period, as long as you didn't suffer once and didn't die, it would be a kind of intangible gain. Because Ji Yukan could learn more. All the bumps and bruises, bumping into walls and being shut out were all about the knowledge of the rules of the world. Liu Zhimao said, the new emperor of Stonehair Kingdom, Han Jingling, is really lucky. At first, Han Jingling did not care about the lives of the people in the vassal territories and ran to Book Lake to seek refuge. In the end, he inexplicably became a virtuous king who was praised by everyone. Then, he wore a dragon robe and sat on the dragon throne. This guy would probably wake up laughing in his dreams for the next 2 years. The other prince who had high hopes, Han Jingshan, died suddenly in the wilderness outside the capital. Therefore, Han Jingling, the new emperor, was very stable. As for Huang He, who helped Han Jingling's brother sit on the dragon throne, he was not bad either. The young assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights and the new 5 mountains of Stonehair Kingdom was conferred by him. He accompanied the new emperor everywhere and the minister of the Ministry of Rights did not dare to complain. It was said that the minister of the Ministry of Rights had to take the initiative to pour tea for him when they arrived at the government office. Huang, his father, was even said to be the new emperor of Stonehair Kingdom. He did not wear a robe, but he could carry a sword to the court. Ji Yukan smiled and said, being lucky is also a kind of ability. Huang he was so arrogant that he did not even need to do anything. Sooner or later, he would be dealt with badly by Han Jingling. However, Ji Yukan still hoped that Huang he would fall into his hands. Because this guy was the only one who dared to go to Azure Gorge Island and ask to open the door when Ji Yukan fell into silence. Ji Yukan was waiting for an opportunity. And this opportunity had to be reasonable and follow the rules. After Liu Zhimao said the names one by one, perfected cultivator Jiang Jie could roughly see Ji Yukan's attitude towards each person. He was still holding a grudge. However, compared to the past where he did as he pleased and killed indiscriminately, Ji Yukan's mind was clear now. Not only could he restrain himself, he even seemed to not complain about his current situation of living under someone else's roof and lowering his head to do things. Instead, he seemed to enjoy it. Very good. This way, he could live longer and better. In a difficult situation, the most difficult thing to endure was to be able to endure it. This was another kind of cultivation. Liu Zhimao was never worried that Ji Yukan's cultivation path would be bumpy. This kid was born to be a wild cultivator, and he might be the kind of wild cultivator who was not inferior to Liu Larocheng of Gongliu Island. Liu Zhimao poured himself another bowl of wine and asked, "What should we do with the rest of the otherworldly items?" "If you can't tell me about it, don't tell me." Ji Yukan had just lifted his wine bowl, but he put it down again. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, "There's nothing I can't say. If they died as ghosts and their only obsession is revenge, it's very simple. I'll give them a chance to take revenge. Master, you should already know that Sect Master Jiang has marked out several islands near Book Lake near Cloud Tower City. They are all islands with mountains and rivers that are connected by fate. He wants to give them to me, Ji Yukan. When the time comes, I will build a ghost cultivation mountain there. All otherworldly items can cultivate there. Do they lack money for cultivation? I'll give it to them. Do they lack secret manuals? I'll find suitable ones for them. When you feel that you can take revenge, just let me know. In addition, there are many requests and wishes. I'll do whatever I can. I know that many otherworldly items are waiting for a good price. It doesn't matter, as long as they're willing to ask." Liu Zhimao suddenly laughed. "If Chen Pinggan had killed you with a punch or a sword back then, wouldn't it have been an easier choice for the two of you?" Ji Yukan lowered his head and raised his wine bowl. His wrist hovered in the air. He thought for a while and said with an expressionless face, "Chen Pinggan isn't that kind of person. I don't want to die so early." When he raised his head to drink, the young man's face had returned to normal. Liu Zhimao smiled and dismissed it. In fact, Liu Zhimao's heart was in turmoil. Liu Zhimao didn't know anything about the ownership of those islands. Liu Zhimao sighed. In this way, the last test for Ji Yukan's temperament would be a little unpredictable. However, Liu Zhimao thought for a while and still asked, "What do you think is the way out of Verdant Canyon Island?" "Don't worry. Drink the wine and think about it slowly." Ji Yukan put down the wine bowl and wiped his mouth. He bent down and reached out to pick up a small dried fish from the book slip lake that was sold at the banquets of the rich and powerful. After chewing and swallowing slowly, he slowly said, "First, I can ascend to the upper 5 realms. Second, I can find Dallas Baka, who is at least the head of a powerful family with the surname of the Pillar State. Third, I can meet Emperor Dali through this Baka and become his pawn in the Book Lake to restrict the true Jing sect." Liu Zhimao's eyes were shining. "Is there no fourth option?" Ji Yukan smiled. "Take it slow." Liu Zhimao asked, "If you do this, won't you be ungrateful to me, the teacher of the true Jing sect and Jiang Shangzhen, who gave you the islands?" Ji Yukan looked calm and turned his head to look out of the room. "The night is long. I can eat several bowls of wine and several dishes. If I only talk about this today, I will naturally be suspected of being ungrateful. But if I do this again in the future, it may be a timely help. Besides, there are so many deals to be made between words and deeds. Maybe one day I will die just like that." Liu Zhimao didn't drink much each time, but he raised his bowl many times. There was only one bowl left, which he drank in one gulp. When he said this, it was no ordinary heart-to-heart. Tonight's trip wasn't in vain. Unexpectedly, when Ji Yukan saw that Liu Zhimao was out of wine, neither the bowl nor the jug, she stood up and picked up her jug of wine, pouring another bowl for the old man. Liu Zhimao didn't stop him. After sitting down, Ji Yukan raised his last bowl of wine and said to the old man, "Let's talk about the matter and ignore the heart. I, Ji Yukan, must thank you, Master, for bringing me out of Mud Bottle Alley and giving me the opportunity to do so many things. I'm still alive to say so much tonight." Liu Zhimao raised his bowl and clinked it heavily with Ji Yukan's. They both drank the wine in their bowls. Liu Zhimao stood up and Ji Yukan followed suit. The two of them came to the threshold of the main room and stood side by side. Liu Zhimao smiled. "Young people don't seek pleasure. Young people don't seek pleasure. What a waste of good times." Ji Yukan shook his head. "Young people are free and unrestrained. How long can good times last?" Liu Zhimao was a little surprised. He turned his head and smiled. "You read a lot of books." Ji Yukan nodded. "I'm willing to read all kinds of books. After all, I've only been to school for a few days. It's a bit of a pity. From Mud Bottle Alley to Book Slip Lake, I haven't moved much. I want to know more about the outside world through the court bulletin and books. Liu Zhimao glanced at the bamboo fan at his waist and smiled. It's a good thing. Ji Yukan took off the fan and handed it to the old man. He said with clear eyes, "If you like it, master, take it." The moment she revealed this item, it meant that Ji Yukan had already made a decision about what to do with it. Liu Zhimao waved his hand. "Keep it for yourself." "Who gave it to you?" Ji Yukan said, "A friend of a friend." A friend of a friend, but not his friend. Even if that person was Liu Xianyang. But Ji Yukan had never treated Liu Xianyang as a friend. Since he was young, Liu Xianyang was only a friend of that person. Even Ji Yukan had to admit that Liu Xianyang was one of the few good people who didn't have bad intentions. But Ji Yukan still didn't treat Liu Xianyang as a friend. Ji Yukan didn't like Liu Xianyang's carefree attitude. He liked to joke about his mother, so Ji Yukan chased after Liu Xianyang with snot and tears on his face several times. In the end, Liu Xianyang would often admit his mistake and apologize with a smile. Then, the little slug with tears on his face would become sick and walk back to Mud Bottle Alley with another person. As they walked, the little slug would often beam with joy and no longer have any worries. So he was Ji Yukan's friend. There was only one. In the past, in the future, and in this life until death. But he, Ji Yukan, would never become a person like that person. Ji Yukan was Ji Yukan. There was only one Ji Yukan in the world. But he was willing to change his words and actions. Moreover, he learned very well and changed very quickly. It was because that person had said something before he left. The outstanding tree came from the forest and the outstanding tree returned to the forest were two different principles. Liu Zhimao finally said, "Ji Yukan, do you know what family background is?" Ji Yukan smiled and said, "Master, please enlighten me." Liu Zhimao said, "It's not like the rich and powerful people in the marketplace who have thousands of acres of fertile land. It's also not like the officials who have a family of generals and sons in court. It's not even like the immortals on the mountain." Liu Zhimao only said half of it and still didn't give an answer. Ji Yukan thought for a while and nodded, "I understand. It's a family. After a big mistake, they can make up for it. It's not the kind that will disappear just like that." Liu Zhimao said regretfully, "I, Liu Zhimao, couldn't do it. After this disaster, I disappointed Zhongyi. Even if I was lucky enough to reach the pure jade realm, I'm still a family dog of Master Fuji." Ji Yukan smiled and said, "There's still me in Verdant Canyon Island." Liu Zhimao shook his head, "There's still another Ji Yukan in Book Lake. Cultivators in the mountains and lakes clearly distinguished kindness and hatred. It was the same even between master and disciple." Liu Zhimao disappeared in a flash and returned to Gong Willow Island where the ancestral hall of Zhenjing sect was located. Ji Yukan didn't sleep that night. He just took a stroll in the small courtyard. Although Liu Zhimao covered up the voices and movements in the house, the old man didn't deliberately do so after he walked out of the house. Therefore, Seng Yi and Ma Duyi naturally knew about the arrival and departure of perfected Lord Jiangjie. Ma Duyi opened the window and looked around, asking Ji Yukan if there was trouble with his eyes. Ji Yukan smiled and waved her hand, indicating that she didn't need to worry. As for Seng Yi, he was honest and timid. Therefore, he hid in the house and felt uneasy. However, cultivation was just that strange. Seng Yi's foundation was good, but Ma Duyi's cultivation talent was better. At the same time, Seng Yi had better opportunities, but Ma Duyi's postnatal temperament was better. In the end, Seng Yi had more hope of going further. Fortunately, Ma Duyi, who had died once, didn't care about this at all. Therefore, sometimes, Ji Yukan was a little envious of Seng Yi's ignorance and Ma Duyi's carefree attitude. Seng Yi tossed and turned in bed and finally fell asleep. Ji Yukan sighed. If Seng Yi cultivated in Book Lake back then, even with his current cultivation level, he would still be like a lamb in a tiger's den. Through the banquets at the general's mansion, Ji Yukan found some clues. When the rules of Book Lake were set, the young general, Guan Iran, who was destined to be a rich family, must have gotten a copy of the account book in advance. Ji Yukan felt that it was familiar. Therefore, There were traces of the Qingxia Islands accountant everywhere in Booklake now. Ji Kan held the folding fan in her hand and patted her shoulder gently. She muttered to herself, "There's still a lot to learn." The bamboo fan in his hand was made of divine cloud bamboo. There were inscriptions on both sides. Cool breeze and bright moon. 5 thunders. It should be written by Liu Xianyang himself on the fan to show off his scholarly skills to Ji Kan. However, Ji Kan always felt that if Liu Xianyang went to school with that person, Liu Xianyang could only eat dust behind his back. However, the affairs of the world made that person walk the Jianghu while Liu Xianyang was studying. Therefore, Ji Kan didn't like this kind of world. As for the immortal secret book hidden in her sleeve, Ji Kan didn't read it that night. Do I, Ji Kan, need to be in a hurry to cultivate? At dawn, Ji Kan opened the door and sat on the steps outside. The Door Gods and Spring Festival couplets were bought at the end of last year. There was once a slug who threatened to hang the Spring Festival couplets he wrote on a house in Mudbottle Alley. At that time, that person should be very happy, so he rubbed the slug's head hard and said that he would pay for the Spring Festival couplets this year. Wasn't this nonsense? Since that guy went to the Dragon Kill to be an apprentice, the Spring Festival couplets on the Door Gods of the house at the end of Mudbottle Alley were all bought by him. People who were poorer were the ones who spent more money for others. It was strange. How could there be such a person in the world? Ji Kan sat at the bottom of the steps with his elbows on the upper steps, quietly waiting for the house opposite to open the door. Because there was a big kid with 2 sticky little green dragons on his face all year round. That was why Ji Kan chose to rent a house here. The house opposite was a small one. His parents were there, working to support the family. The little guy who just went to school not long ago had an older sister. She wasn't very good looking, and her name wasn't very nice either. The girl was weak and shy, and she blushed easily. Every time she saw him, she would lower her head and walk quickly. Ji Kan naturally didn't like such a girl from the streets. A child who was about to head to the school swaggered out of the house and sniffled. When he saw Ji Kan, he took 2 steps back and stood on the doorstep. Ji, what are you looking at? My sister is such a beauty. Do you think a poor kid like you has the right to stare at her? I advise you to give up. You're not worthy of my sister. I don't want to call you brother-in-law. Ji Kan sat up straight and gently patted his knees with the bamboo fan. The kid couldn't help but look at the bamboo fan a few more times. He jumped off the threshold and ran to sit beside Ji Kan. He stretched out his hand and said, "Let me play with it." Ji Kan smiled and asked, "Why aren't you getting lost?" The little guy rolled his eyes and said, "Those people don't know how to run away. I'll go later and tell the teacher that my stomach hurts." Ji Kan squinted and said, "Then you'll have to smear some yellow mud on your butt on the way there. Only then will the teacher believe you." The little guy thought for a moment and suddenly cursed, "Ji, are you stupid? The teacher won't hit me. If I dirty my pants and go home, my mother will beat me to death." After the little guy finished cursing, he asked, "Ji, you know how to talk. Teach me a few more sentences so that I can show off my knowledge to my 2 friends." Ji Kan said casually, "The old man in the east of the village is guarding against a tiger. The tiger enters the house at night and takes its head. The child in the west doesn't know the tiger. He drives the tiger with a pole like whipping an ox." The little guy said angrily, "So many words. I want something smaller and more imposing." Ji Kan said, "Oh. The young man sharpens his knife at night. If you want to say something against me, you'll die immediately." The little guy frowned. "The murderous aura is too strong. I'm afraid of being hit. But it's not that I can't say it. I can only say it to those who can't outrun me." Ji Kan laughed and slapped the little guy's head. "You're so clever. You're like me when I was young." Ji Kan stopped laughing and said, "Forget about what you just said. Let me teach you something else. It's even bolder." The little guy nodded vigorously. "Hurry up." Ji Kan said seriously, "It's cold on the bed every day." The little guy flew into a rage out of humiliation and slapped the man's shoulder. "You're the one who wets the bed." Ji Kan suddenly asked doubtfully, "Oh right, the teacher won't hit you. Don't you often go home crying?" You said that the old teacher is an old bastard who likes to beat you with a board the most. The little guy shook his shoulders and said with a smile, "You don't know this. Our school has a new teacher. The previous one was annoying. He never hit or scolded those who were good at studying. He only stared at us who were bad at studying and beat us to death. It was as if we stole something from him. I want to grow up and not be a naive child anymore. Once I have some strength, I'll secretly beat him up. The new one is very good. He never hits anyone and doesn't care about us. It's really a comfortable life now." Ji-Yukan smiled. "Then you prefer the current teacher?" The little fellow was stunned for a moment. "Mr. Ji-Yu, did you hit your head on the door when you went out today? Why do you always ask such stupid questions? If you went to the school to study, wouldn't you like the new teacher? Now, no matter how much trouble we make, as long as we don't disturb those obedient students, the new teacher never cares. Not to mention beating us, he won't even scold us. It's very good." Ji-Yukan continued to lean back and said with a smile, "Can a teacher who only cares about the students be considered a good teacher? Then what does a teacher need to do in this world?" The little fellow sighed. "You with the surname Ji-Yu, your brain is really damaged. Actually, I used to want you and my sister to be good. Now, forget it. I'm not very promising in my studies. If brother-in-law doesn't live up to expectations in the future, what will I do in the future?" Ji-Yukan smiled and said, "How do you know that you're not promising in your studies? I think you're quite smart." The little guy drooped his head. "It's not just the new teacher. The old teacher also said that I'm so stubborn that I can only be useless for the rest of my life. Every time the old teacher scolded me, he would hit my palm with the ruler. I hate him the most." Ji-Yukan rubbed the little guy's head. "When you grow up, if you meet those two teachers on the street, you can ignore the new teacher. After all, he's only working for money and isn't considered a teacher. But if you meet the old teacher, you must call him teacher." The little guy suddenly raised his head and said angrily, "Why? I won't." Ji-Yukan looked up at the sky. "Because this teacher still has hope for you." The little guy was confused. After a long time, he asked tentatively, "You've also been beaten by a teacher with an extremely bad temper?" Ji-Yukan nodded and said softly, "But he has a very good temper." The little guy clicked his tongue and said, "Pitiful, really pitiful. You're not much better than me." "Hey, I'm better than you. The old teacher is gone, and the new teacher doesn't beat people." The little guy stood up and wiped his face. Then, he secretly wiped Ji-Yukan's shoulder and ran away. Ji-Yukan turned his head and saw that the little bastard's snot was everywhere. Ji-Yukan quietly shook his clothes and scattered the traces. He stood up and returned to the house. After closing the door, he fastened the folding fan to his waist. Many people deserved to die, and there were bound to be more and more of them in the future. However, the premise was that Ji-Yukan had to stay alive first. In the future, he would use so-called good deeds to accumulate power, supplemented with tricks to control people's hearts, and then use rules to kill people. Although it wasn't very pleasant, what could he say? "I've done good deeds, and I've killed bad people. I've killed so many that even you, Chen Pinggan, can't find any fault with me." Ji-Yukan leaned against the door. He was just a little sad. Because the little slug from Clay Bottle Alley was really dead. In Chen Pinggan's and Ji-Yukan's hearts, he was dead. The sound of the door opening came from the side room. Ji-Yukan immediately took off his folding fan and opened it abruptly to cover his face. After a while, Ji-Yukan closed his folding fan and greeted with a bright smile, "Zheng Yi." Zheng Yi scratched his head with a smile and grunted. In fact, his forehead and palms were full of sweat. Ji-Yukan walked into the main room and went to read. 5:35. Willow Palace Island was still filled with willow trees at the end of autumn. This island was the main mountain of the True State sect, which was also the mountain where the ancestral hall was built. Together with Gongliu Island, the entire calligraphy lake had been under construction for the past year. Dust was flying everywhere, covering the sky and the sun. The wealthy True Realm sect had hired many mechanical engineers from the School of Moism, yin and yang geomancers to come here to survey the terrain and confirm the routes of the mountains and rivers. Immortal masters from various families, including farmers, and a large number of craftsmen from the mountain came here to work. In the words of sect master Jiang Shangzhen, every brick, window, and flower bed had to be of the best quality in the Aquarius continent. There were hundreds of cultivators who were especially good at building immortal mansions, and most of them came from the Tongya continent. They hired people to take the cross-continent ferries to and fro, and the True Realm sect took care of everything from the beginning to the end. All of them stayed in immortal inns in the central region. As a result, the amount of immortal money True Realm sect spent on this project was enough to empty the pockets of many sects on the old islands of Calligraphy Lake overnight. Therefore, all the immortals in the Aquarius continent knew the second thing. The True State sect was shockingly rich. The first thing was, of course, the True State sect had 3.5 upper 5 realms consecrators. A female sword immortal from the North Continent named Li Cai, the old man from the Jade Gui sect who had a chance to become the sect master of the True State sect, Liu Larocheng of the Jade Gui sect, and Liu Larocheng of the Green Gorge Island, who was half of the Jade Gui sect. Now, Liu Jimao had started to cultivate in seclusion to break through the realm. Therefore, the islands around Willow Palace Island had been sealed off recently. Two people were strolling along the willow bank. They were sect master Jiang Shangzhen and chief consecrator Liu Larocheng. Jiang Shangzhen broke off a willow branch and weaved it into a willow hoop. He wore it on his head and smiled. "Am I right, brother Liu?" Liu Larocheng did not speak. Jiang Shangzhen was a very strange person. His methods were bloody and he was very good at hiding a knife behind his smile. However, he was very strict about rules. This feeling was not because of what Jiang Shangzhen said, but because the Jade Gui sect's Calligraphy Lake was the location of this Jade Gui sect. Everything Jiang Shangzhen did was to explain this principle to the sect cultivators. Of course, there were many places where Jiang Shangzhen's rules were unreasonable. Due to this, Great Li's armored cavalry garrison general, Guan Iran, negotiated with True Realm sect many times. Nascent soul consecrator Li Fuyao often went to the general's residence to quarrel. Both sides couldn't come to an agreement. Every time, their faces would turn red, and they would slam the table and glare at each other. It was not that Li Fuyao had a good temper. It was just that Jiang Shangzhen had warned this woman, who seemed to be the face of True Realm sect, that her life was worthless. True Realm sect's reputation was also worthless. The only thing that was truly valuable in the world was money. The meaning behind Jiang Shangzhen's emotional words, "Let bygones be bygones," was actually very simple. Since he was willing to reveal this matter to Liu Laocheng face to face, it meant that although he, Jiang Shangzhen, knew about the love and grudges between Liu Laocheng and Liu Laocheng, he could rest assured that he would not do anything to disgust him. Liu Laocheng did not stand on ceremony and was relieved. As for Liu Jimao's successful breakthrough, True Sect's upper 5 realm consecrators became 3. Because the Jade Gui sect's elder who was in seclusion could not be more dead. At that time, the 4 of them attacked together, but only 2 of them actually attacked. Liu Laocheng and Liu Jimao were only in charge of holding the line, or watching the show. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. It was on this Gong Willow Island. Between Li Cai and Jiang Shangzhen, one unsheathed her sword and the other took out a willow leaf. When the meritorious old man from the Jade Medallion sect saw Li Cai, he did not even have the thought of dying together with the madman Jiang Shangzhen. Unfortunately, he did not manage to escape and died. Even many cultivators of Gong Willow Island only sensed the change in the atmosphere for a split second, and then the world became silent, the clouds were light, the wind was light, and the moon was bright. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly said, "In the future, if we encounter Divine Grandeur sect's Taoists, tell our True Sect disciples to be more respectful and behave with our tails between our legs. Regardless of right or wrong, as long as we fight and are killed, True Sect will pretend that nothing happened. If we accidentally kill the other party, True Sect's ancestral hall will cut off the head of the hero and have Li Fuyao send it to Divine Grandeur sect as an apology." Liu Laocheng nodded. "Got it." Jiang Shangzhen smiled. "You don't understand." Liu Laocheng shook his head. It was not hard to understand. A tall tree attracts the wind and is the target of public criticism. True sect did not have any ties in Aquarius continent. They seemed to be glorious but were actually enemies everywhere. For example, the Song clan's cavalry. However, understanding was one thing. Liu Laocheng still admired Jiang Shangzhen for being willing to lower his head to this extent. This immortal master who had a cloud cave-blessed land in his hand was simply more unconventional than a cultivator from the mountains and lakes. Jiang Shangzhen sighed. My current situation is actually the same as yours and Liu Jimao's. We have to strengthen ourselves and accumulate strength but also make our opponents feel that we can control them. I just don't know who the Song clan will push out in the end to restrict our true sect. Aquarius continent is good at everything except for this. The Song clan is the master of a continent, a secular dynasty, but they have hopes of completely controlling the mountain. If it was our Tongyi continent, the sky is high and the emperor is small. The cultivators on the mountain are really free. Liu Laocheng smiled. Bookslip Lake was like this in the past. The kings and ministers of the surrounding countries were all in danger. Jiang Shangzhen shook his head. It's not the same. Bookslip Lake is a lawless place. It is similar to the barbarian lands of the ancient era. The demons in the world are unrestrained. The gods in the heavens feed on the incense of the human world. The demons on the ground feed on humans. That is why the virtuous saints separated the heavens and earth. Those who do not appreciate their fortune are not fools. In fact, almost all of us are no exception. Jiang Shangzhen walked slowly. Now, the common people of the world talk about the gods of the mountains and rivers, flower demons, wood demons, monsters, ghosts, and yin spirits. What are they? They are places far away in the heavens and the netherworld. They are mountains and lakes where few people go. Even those who are close to the human world and coexist with us are still bound by incomparably complicated rules. That is why they say that the places where demons are sneaking around are the places where heavenly masters use their swords. In the streets, there are peach talismans, door gods, and ancestral temples with incense. We can go to the temples and Daoist temples to pray for blessings and dispel disasters. We can go to the mountains to visit immortals and have all kinds of opportunities. Jiang Shangzhen stopped and looked around. He picked up the willow hoop and casually threw it into the lake. Then, if one day, we humans, no matter if we are mortals or cultivators, have no choice but to switch places with them, what kind of situation will we be in? Are you afraid? I, Jiang Shangzhen, am afraid. Liu Laocheng said, I won't think about this. Jiang Shangzhen nodded. It's okay. Because someone will think about it. So you and Liu Jimao can have peace and quiet and cultivate your own Dao. Because even if the world turns upside down, you can still avoid death. If your realm is high enough, you will have a way to retreat and live. Liu Laocheng frowned. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and asked, but what if all the cultivators on the mountain peak think like you, Liu Laocheng? Liu Laocheng shook his head. They won't. Jiang Shangzhen scratched his head and sighed. So this is the most fun part. Everything is good, we see it as a matter of course. We don't need to talk about it or think about it. As for the bad, we can grit our teeth and think about it for a long time. Liu Laocheng was a little confused. He didn't know why this master was telling him this. Jiang Shangzhen had already changed the topic. He was relaxed and no longer had the strange emotions from before. His footsteps were light. In the Jianghu romance, the friends of the heroes are all good people and good deeds. Even if they die for a reason. In the supernatural stories, people's hearts fluctuate and ghosts run amok. In the end, good and evil will be rewarded. Liu Laocheng, do you read these miscellaneous books? Liu Laocheng shook his head. Never. Jiang Shangzhen smiled. That's why you should read more books. Liu Laocheng knew that this master was joking. Naturally, he didn't take it seriously. This master was very bored every day. Outside of cultivation, he would cast camouflage arts and wander around the 4 major cities by the Bookslip Lake. Every time he returned, he would buy some toys for the child that sword immortal who CAI carried. Jiang Shangzhen could spend a lot of time playing with the child and teaching him how to walk. Sometimes, Liu Laocheng would feel depressed. Was it Jiang Shangzhen's unfathomable personality that allowed him to climb step by step to his current position? Or was it after he climbed to the top that his personality gradually changed and he became the master of the true state sect today? Jiang Shangzhen walked to a ferry. Before Liu Zhimao went into seclusion, he asked me for the old territories of Green Gorge Island and White Scale Island. He planned to give them to his disciple, Jiyu Kan. Because he didn't know that I specially gave the territory near Cloud Tower City to Jiyu Kan. However, that young man, Jiyu Kan, after hearing about this, actually dared to accept it at such a young age. It's true that the coward starves to death and the bold bloats to death. Liu Laocheng said, if this kid stays at Bookslip Lake, he might be a hidden danger to the true state sect. Jiang Shangzhen turned his head with a playful smile. Liu Laocheng smiled frankly. Naturally, it's not just me and Green Gorge Island who have a grudge against each other. I, Liu Laocheng, and the true state sect probably don't want to see Jiyu Kan quietly rise. It's a great taboo to raise a tiger and invite calamity. Not just that. Jiang Shangzhen smiled. What do you think is Jiyu Kan's greatest reliance? Liu Laocheng said, of course it's Chen Pinggan, who is no longer at Bookslip Lake, and the rules that Chen Pinggan taught him. Guaniran, who has a good relationship with Chen Pinggan, or someone I don't know, will definitely be secretly watching Jiyu Kan's every move. This means that Guaniran will naturally be watching me, Liu Zhimao, and the true state sect. Jiyu Kan should have already thought of this. As for the so-called raising a tiger and inviting calamity, Jiang Shangzhen didn't comment. Although Liu Zhimao's realm was lower than Liu Laocheng's, he had a lot of dealings with the Dali imperial court. In his early years, he had even more extravagant hopes than Liu Laocheng to be the monarch of Bookslip Lake. Therefore, in some matters, he could see further than Liu Laocheng. Of course, in the final analysis, Liu Zhimao's own interests were involved, so he thought more. As for Liu Laocheng, as an unaffiliated cultivator, he had a bright future ahead of him. His thoughts were naturally purer and less chaotic. In fact, before Liu Zhimao went into seclusion, he had found Jiyu Kan in a house in the shabby alley of Pond City. Jiang Shangzhen could guess what it was about. Giving books and preaching. Asking the true state sect to return to Green Gorge Island was a kind of long-term protection for Jiyu Kan. Because Liu Zhimao had also guessed that Jiang Shangzhen had a long-term plan. Rather than having the Song clan support an unknown force to target the true state sect, it was better for the true state sect to take the initiative to send a suitable person to their door. For both sides, this was the most sensible choice to avoid internal friction. Jiang Shangzhen had swaggered to Longquan County twice. As long as one wasn't blind, they would be able to see it. This was something that Jiang Shangzhen had deliberately sent people to ponder and investigate. Luopa Mountains Chen Pinggan. The true state sect's Jiang Shangzhen. The bridge between them was Green Gorge Island and Jiyu Kan. Therefore, the true state sect's true obstacle had never been Jiyu Kan, Bookslip Lake, or even the Divine Grandeur sect. Instead, it was after the two major forces. One was when the Dali cavalry swallowed up a continent, and then they had to block the other, even larger, major force. At that time, the true state sect would have to make a choice. However, let alone Liu Laocheng, even Liu Zhimao was completely in the dark about this. The true state sect was such a colossus. Would these two unaffiliated cultivators think too much about some profound knowledge that seemed to have nothing to do with them? What else did unaffiliated cultivators know besides having some weight in their own cultivation and fists that were a little bigger? They had had enough of being looked down upon and suppressed by the immortal masters, but in the end, they still foolishly thought that the realm was everything. Why didn't they think about it carefully? Why did the Jade sect have a suzerain who was about to reach the ascendant realm? Why did Jiang Shangzhen have the family business he had today? The order of things couldn't be wrong. Today's 3 sects and 100 schools had strict rules. In the beginning, who wasn't born as a bumpkin in the human world? Who wasn't a puppet in the hands of the high and mighty gods? It wasn't that Jiang Shangzhen looked down on the unaffiliated cultivators of the world. In fact, when he was traveling in the North Continent, he had been an unaffiliated cultivator for many years, and he had done well as an unaffiliated cultivator. Jiang Shangzhen looked at the calligraphy lake that was rippling with green waves and said softly, "It's not that the teachers have too many discipline rulers, it's that there are too few of them. They hit them too lightly. The disciples have always been forgetful and don't remember the beatings. However, no one has ever thought about whether the teachers have their own daily necessities to worry about and whether they will be disappointed one day. All the people in the world who like to be calm and reasonable are really desperate once they are disappointed." Liu Laocheng still didn't feel much in his heart. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly turned his head and asked, "If a suzerain in the Jade Raw realm talks to you wholeheartedly, you can choose not to listen. What about the immortal realm?" Liu Laocheng was suddenly terrified. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, "Those who don't know are not guilty. After all, the saint said that punishing without teaching is torture." Jiang Shangzhen rubbed his chin. "I shouldn't have told you the truth so early. The treasure I hid in the servant girl Ya is the real life and death juncture between you and Liu Zhimao. However, I've changed my mind now. Because I suddenly understood something. When it comes to reasoning with you unaffiliated cultivators, fists are enough. If I spend too much effort, it's simply delaying my spending." It wasn't delaying his earning money, it was delaying his spending. Liu Laocheng was expressionless and didn't say a word. It had been a long time since he was in a difficult situation, and a long time since he was surrounded by murderous intent. Jiang Shangzhen sighed. "I used to think that everyone, whether good or bad, whether they're on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain, would become smarter after reaching a higher level. However, after so many years, I'm actually quite disappointed. Liu Laocheng, if you don't seize the time and really calm down, cultivate your state of mind, and change some of your fundamental thoughts, not to mention catching up to me, even Liu Zhimao can leave you behind. Of course, there's also that Jiu can. It's only a matter of time. When that time comes, you'll find that your position as the chief consecrator is a huge joke. You won't be able to kill Jiu Kan, who will be like an ant for a long time in the future. Liu Zhimao is already on the same level as you, and I, Jiang Shangzhen, need to look up to him." Jiang Shangzhen raised his hand and shook his sleeves. With a casual twist of his hand, a jade-green water droplet condensed from the essence of water appeared in his hands. Then, he gently crushed it with 2 fingers. "Do you think that when the accountant came to the island to see you back then, he was looking up to you? No, he respected and revered you. It was the rules that gathered around you at that time. However, it's only a matter of time, and it might not take too long. Decades. 60 years. It'll become you, Liu Laocheng. Even if you stand at the peak of Gong Willow Island, you'll still feel that you're a head shorter than that person standing here at the ferry." Liu Laocheng said, "I've learned something." Jiang Shangzhen laughed. As expected, the words of an immortal are more pleasant to the ears. "So you have to study hard, and I have to cultivate hard." Liu Laocheng sighed. Jiang Shangzhen said without reason, "Perhaps one day, I'll return to Tongyi continent to oversee Jade Gui sect. Then, you'll be the next sect master of True Realm sect. As for Liu Zhimao, you can suppress him at the bottleneck of unrefined Jade Gui sect, so that he won't even have the courage to break through to Immortal Realm. If you're in a good mood at that time, and feel that he's no longer a threat to you, you can be magnanimous and let him ascend to Immortal Realm. Then, he can go and establish a subsidiary sect of Aquarius Continent's True Realm sect." Jiang Shangzhen covered his sleeves with both hands. "I'm not painting a pie in the sky for you, Liu Laocheng. I, Jiang Shangzhen, am not that despicable." Liu Laocheng seemed to understand something. Currently, True Realm sect had people who specialized in collecting all the mountains and rivers of Tongyi continent. Among them, there were rumors that the sect master of Jade Gui sect, the #1 immortal sect in Tongyi continent, might be in seclusion. He was pursuing the mysterious ascendant realm. Liu Laocheng was actually not unfamiliar with the old sect master, Zun Yuan. After all, they had traveled a long distance to Aquarius continent. In fact, Liu Laocheng was the True Realm sect's worshipper that Zun Yuan had appointed. However, to Jiang Shangzhen, this little bit of incense was worth nothing. Liu Larocheng took a deep breath. He felt that the world was vast, and it was rare for him to have such great ambitions. He nodded and said in a low voice, "Then, from now on, I, Liu Larocheng, can sincerely risk my life for my true realmsec." Jiang Shangzhen turned his head and patted Liu Laocheng's shoulder lightly. "We're family, don't be so courteous. I've said some harsh words earlier. Brother Liu, please don't mind." Liu Larocheng hesitated for a moment. Jiang Shangzhen said, "We're family, of course you can say some harsh words. If you don't mind, I don't have anything to worry about. The only thing I worry about is having too much money." Liu Larocheng said with a straight face, "Sect Master Jiang, why are you asking for a beating?" Jiang Shangzhen rubbed his cheeks. After thinking for a while, he suddenly realized, "It's probably because you're not a woman." On the side of Qing Luan, there was a handsome young man in white robes. He brought an old man and a young man to tour half of the country's territory. Before this young man had picked up a fallen Wen Jingguo imperial jade seal from a man whose family had fallen in the hands of Liu Larocheng, the only upper 5 realms wild cultivator in Aquarius continent, Liu Laocheng's hometown. However, this Wen Jingguo was not destroyed under the hooves of Dallas cavalry. It was something that happened much earlier. The crown prince of the fallen Wen Jingguo seemed to have no intention of reviving the country. After so many years, he still did not leave the mountain. He was still cultivating on the mountain. As a result, even if the Wen Jingguo still had some remaining luck, it was equivalent to completely breaking the throne. This was because any middle 5 realms cultivator could not become an emperor or monarch. This was the iron law of the world. Other than this imperial jade seal that he bought at a low price, the young man also went to look at that old apricot tree. Regent tree, prime minister tree, general apricot, one tree with 3 imperial titles. The young man in white stopped over there. At the bottom of the tree, there was an empty stomach. The young man squatted by the tree hole and muttered for a long time. Later, on the road, the young man who obtained the jade seal used the excuse of keeping it as a complete collection to go to a certain mountain and bet 1 against 1 with an old cultivator who walked the path of Fu Long. After winning, he bet 2 against 2 and won another round by a hair's breadth. Then, he continued to bet everything on the table, betting 4 against 4 and finally 8 against 8. In the end, he won the other party's remaining 2 jade seals. The foreigner surnamed Kui was so addicted to gambling that he almost lost his mind. He even threatened to bet the 16 treasures in his hand on the other party's remaining 2 jade seals. In the end, he still won. In this way, relying on luck, the young man in white inexplicably got the remaining 16 treasures of the Wen Jingguo and swaggered down the mountain. He casually put those priceless imperial jade seals into a cotton bag and let a delicate child carry them down the mountain. That old servant Liu Li always felt a chill down his spine as he went down the mountain. The mountain protecting Great Formation could be activated at any time. Of course, it was hard to say who would beat who in the end. But the old cultivator was worried that the magic weapon didn't have eyes. If Great Immortal Master Kui didn't take care of it, he would be mistakenly killed. The old cultivator was very clear that the only thing Immortal Master Kui cared about was that little fool with turbid eyes. Fortunately, the gambling on that mountain was good for once and didn't make a move. On this road, the 3 of them walked quite a bit. They saw the so-called Iron Cavalry of the Yunxiao country's Jingji martial arts exhibition and appreciated the Mid-Autumn Festival Lantern Festival in the capital of Qingshan country. Unfortunately, the old cultivator didn't get to see the emperor of Qingshan country's eccentric plump 5 beauties. He felt a bit regretful. Otherwise, it would have been good to gain some knowledge. However, Immortal Master Kui bought a popular book called Qian Ben Cao. It wasn't some rare book, but it was bought from an ordinary bookstore. He often flipped through it while walking on the mountain paths. It was a bit chewy. After passing the border of Qingwan country, Immortal Master Kui walked even slower. He often took out an imperial jade seal and rubbed it on the face of the child he nicknamed Brother Gao. Liu Li had always been like a servant porter of a traveling noble, carrying a miscellaneous box. However, he felt that compared to the Brother Gao who was often ridden on a horse, he was actually very lucky. Therefore, He often told himself to cherish his fortune. As for Mr. Kui's casual behavior, the old cultivator had long been used to it. For example, a group of mountain and swamp cultivators. Among the three, one of them was named Liu Yangzhen. The two of them happened to meet and traveled together for a while. Liu Li also couldn't understand what qualifications this ant-like wild cultivator had to talk to Great Immortal Master Kui. In the end, Great Immortal Master Kui deliberately left behind an opportunity, which was a cave to shelter from the rain. They accidentally triggered a mechanism, so one of the array masters could be said to have a flood of luck and obtained a large stack of talisman paper called Huangxi. If it was converted into immortal money, it would definitely be a huge windfall. As for Liu Yangzhen and Liu Yangzhen, they also had a big harvest. As for those three, at that time, they felt as if they were stepping on dog shit. When they raised their feet to take a look, ayo, just as they wanted to curse, there was gold hidden under the dog shit. At that time, Liu Li looked at those three ecstatic mountain and swamp cultivators. After some discussion, they still wanted to give some immortal money to Great Immortal Master Kui. Unexpectedly, Great Immortal Master Kui had a face of unexpected joy and gratitude as he smiled and accepted it. Liu Li stood to the side, feeling uncomfortable. But what could he do if he couldn't figure it out? Then don't think about it. Liu Li, this evil cultivator of the devil path, was particularly clear about some things. As for the Rouge building, where the female cultivators of Sky Country gathered, the white-clothed youth stood at the mountain gate with his hands on his hips, loudly hawking his erotic immortal paintings. Then, of course, the deal didn't go through, and there was no benevolence and righteousness. He could only be aggressively chased down the mountain by a large group of female cultivators. This kind of thing was simply not a problem. Liu Li felt that his cultivation heart had reached great success along the way. Except for these playful things. Great Immortal Master Kui occasionally became a little serious, which made the old cultivator admire him even more. In the gold Osmanthus temple, Immortal Master Kui and the temple master sat and discussed Tao. As they chatted, the old temple master entered the meditative realm. The temple master's name was Zhongguo. Her cultivation base was at the Dragon Gate realm, and she seemed to be showing signs of ascending to the Golden Core realm. Seeing this, Liu Li was endlessly envious. In the White Water Temple, where the spring water rolled on the ground, Immortal Master Kui sat on a well that was blocked for unknown reasons, and began to talk about Tao with a young monk who was preaching outside the temple. Both of them were wearing white clothes. One was a scholar and the other was a monk. At first, both of them were debating about the Li Sutra, which is the devil path. Anyway, Liu Li was listening to the heavenly book and wasn't the least bit interested. The child brother Gao was squatting by the bamboo door, listening to each of them talking about Tao. The child was a little babbling, but he still couldn't speak. Finally, Immortal Master Kui, whose white clothes fluttered, sat cross-legged on the well blocked by bluestones. He smiled and said a few Zen words. 10 directions break, 1,000 eyes break. Why not sit and break the tongues of the world? Why don't you kick the lotus seat and smash the Buddha's head? Then, he smashed the bluestone that was blocking the well with his palm. The young man in white clothes stopped at the mouth of the well and laughed. This old monk is also like a cat. Don't you dare to shout in front of others. The white-robed monk lowered his head and put his palms together, softly chanting. Immortal Master Kui finally smiled and said, "The Buddhist scriptures are a little heavy. You can only put them down if you can lift them up. There are 2 doors in the western heaven. If you can't see through them, you can't open them." The young monk raised his head and smiled knowingly. He slowly said, "There are few people in the world who are as good as the king, and none in the world who are as stupid as me." Then Liu Li saw that Great Immortal Master Kui seemed to have finished talking, so he jumped into the well and left with a laugh. He patted the child's head and the 3 of them left the White Water Temple together. The white-robed young man waved his big sleeves and walked with unrestrained steps. He clicked his tongue and said, "If this stubborn stone doesn't nod and is buried in the wild smoke and grass, wouldn't it be a pity?" In any case, Liu Li didn't understand anything, so he pretended to understand. He nodded and said, "Immortal Master, besides being knowledgeable, I didn't expect you to be so high in Tao and Buddhism. You really can participate in the debate between the three sects." The white-robed young man laughed and scolded, "Bullshit." Liu Li smiled awkwardly, but he still nodded and said, "Immortal Master is right." The white-robed young man turned his head. "You have quite the root of wisdom. Why don't you stay here and be a monk?" Liu Li said with a sad face, "No, I really don't have the root of wisdom to practice Buddhism, not even the slightest bit." Then Kui Dongshan took the two of them to the capital of Qingluan country. They met the master of a small Daoist temple. The Daoist temple was called the White Cloud Temple. It was a secluded place the size of a tofu block, adjacent to the market wells and alleys. It was noisy. Kui Dongshan stayed there for a few days and donated a lot of money. Of course, he also borrowed a lot of books. The temple master didn't have much, but he had a lot of books. Moreover, the nameless middle-aged Daoist priest had a lot of reading experience, nearly 1,000,000 words. Kui Dongshan read even more. The temple master didn't keep the books to himself and was happy to have someone read them. The key point was that this young man who traveled to study was also a generous pilgrim. His White Cloud Temple was finally not full. On the morning of Kui Dongshan's departure, the little Daoist priest who had finally lived a few days of immortal life was really reluctant to let him go. He was crying and snot. Seeing this, the temple master of the little Daoist priest felt a little sad. How incompetent was he as a master? Kui Dongshan left for less than half a day. The little Daoist priest was still complaining. When he was sweeping the fallen leaves on the ground of the temple, he was a little absent-minded. Then, 7 or 8 ox carriages came to the outside of the White Cloud Temple, saying that they were here to deliver books. The ox carriages were filled with all kinds of books from the 100 schools of thought. One by one, they were carried into the small Daoist temple. The thin, middle-aged Abby Dean was dumbfounded by the scene before him. However, when the last ox carriage took down a plaque, the temple master called the happy little Daoist priest and carefully carried it to the study room. On the plaque, there were 2 words, Zhai Xin. After leaving the capital of Qingluan country, Fairy Liu Li became the driver of a carriage. Kui Dongshan sat on the side and the little Daoist priest dozed off in the carriage. The old cultivator asked softly, "Immortal Master, the temple master of the White Cloud Temple is not a cultivator. Why did he look at him so differently?" Kui Dongshan, one on the left, one on the right, one on the top, one on the bottom, waved his snow-white sleeves and said, "He and the 2 gentlemen before and after me are the same kind of people. In times of peace, he is not obvious. In times of chaos, he is." The old cultivator waited for him to continue, but there was no follow-up for a long time. When Fairy Liu Li gave up, Kui Dongshan said with a smile, "The best teacher." Kui Dongshan stopped waving his hands and said slowly, "Ordinary teachers can make good students learn better. Slightly better teachers can teach good students and control bad students. They are willing to persuade people to change their ways. As for the best teachers in the world, they are willing to put the greatest patience and kindness on the evil that no religion knows about. For this kind of people, no matter where they go, the sound of the school and books will be there. Some people think it is noisy, but it doesn't matter. As long as there are people who listen, it is good." Kui Dongshan smiled and said, "So they are not some wandering tinkerers. They are the source of the people's hearts. The water flows down and passes by everyone's feet. Therefore, it is not high. Everyone can bow their head and drink it." Kui Dongshan suddenly got up and raised his arm high, as if he was holding a wine cup. At this moment, the white-robed youth stood up and said in high spirits, "There are many things in the world that everyone yearns for. Naturally, there is nothing wrong with that. But when you are thirsty, there is water to drink. Isn't it good to drink it?" Fairy Liu Li carefully drove the carriage. Sigh. Great Immortal Master Kui said some strange things that people could not understand. As a result, the old cultivator was kicked in the back of his head. That person scolded, "Damn it, you don't have a word of flattery, no applause." The old cultivator was startled and quickly began to prepare a draft in his mind. It was just that flattery was not something that could be said. Not to mention, After being scared by great immortal Master Kui, Fairy Liu Li racked his brain but still could not think of a suitable word. Fortunately, the person behind him said, "Forget it, in any case, you won't have the fortune to go to Luopa Mountain in your life." Then, Fairy Liu Li relaxed a bit. Because around the carriage, there were cyan birds made of paper, hovering and flying around like living creatures. It was not the yellow talisman paper that the cultivators of the middle 5 regions usually bought. Instead, it was the innocence talisman, the color and luster of the innocence talisman. It was said that it was the talisman paper used by the Daoist sects and was extremely rare and expensive. The old cultivator could be considered half an expert in talisman. Therefore, he knew that the most mysterious talisman paper in the world was a cyan talisman paper that contained the true meaning of the sage. It did not have an exact name. It was just that these innocence talismans were casually used to make paper birds. Great immortal Master Kui, is it really suitable? You can give me a few as a family heirloom. The old cultivator lamented in his heart. In this bumpy journey, in fact, he really did not have the slightest benefit. He could only hope that in the future, great immortal Master Kui would feel that even if he did not have any merit, he would at least work like an ox or a horse. But when he thought of working like an ox or a horse, the old cultivator's mood became a bit better. That little fool in the carriage was the real ox or a horse. Kui Dongshan suddenly said, "Take a detour, don't go to Liu family's lion garden. Go see a pitiful person." Then the old cultivator followed the route given by Kui Dongshan, steadily driving the carriage south. Along the way to Qingluan country, there were many rumors about Liu family's lion garden. The head of the Liu family, who was the leader of the scholarly circle, could not keep his chastity in his old age. His reputation was ruined, and from a great family that was like a country's literature and guts, he was reduced to a filthy trash like a literary demon. His poems and essays were belittled to the point that they were worthless. Not to mention, there were even more dirty water poured on his head, and there was no way to avoid it. One of the 4 major private gardens of Qingluan country, a scholarly family, suddenly became a place to hide filth and accept filth. Among the small and large bookstores in the marketplace, there were also many crudely printed erotic books that were spread throughout the court. Therefore, when his second son, Liu Qingshan, returned from his travels and held a wedding banquet in the Lion Garden, marrying an unknown girl from outside the country, old Assistant Minister Liu did not see a single family friend. As for the eldest son, Liu Qingfeng, who put righteousness before family, his name had long been removed from the Liu family's genealogy. Now, his official position was not high, and it was said that he was an assistant in charge of the government's transportation. Compared to the previous county magistrate, his official position was indeed promoted, but no one felt that this kind of person could reach a high position in Qingluan country, which valued reputation the most. Perhaps one day, he would even lose his official title, and no one would be interested in him. It was not even a joke that was worth talking about after a meal, it was too boring. Moreover, the current Qingluan country was thriving day by day, and the country's fate was prosperous. The temples, the mountains, the Jianghu, and the scholarly circles were all filled with talented people, like bamboo shoots after the rain, creating a great atmosphere. For example, there was a child who was only 6 years old, but in just a short year, the name of a child prodigy had spread throughout the country. During this year's Mid-Autumn Festival in the capital, the child prodigy was summoned into the capital by the emperor and the empress. The child was intimately carried on the lap of the empress, and the emperor personally tested the child prodigy's poetry, asking the child to improvise a poem according to the topic. The child was held in the arms of the empress, and after thinking for a while, the child could compose a poem. The emperor was extremely happy, and actually made an exception and bestowed the child with the official position of Jew official. This was an official candidate, and although it was not an official position, it was an official position. This meant that this child was very likely not only in Qingluan country, but in the entire history of the Aquarius continent, the youngest civil official. At this moment, it was about to enter winter. On the bank of a river that had not been completely dredged, on a quiet little road, on the roof of a bumpy carriage, a white-clothed youth sat cross-legged. The child's hand was holding a type of kite that was a specialty of Qingluan country, called a wood harrier. As long as the thread was not broken, all the kites in the world were destined to fly high, but they could not go far. Kui Dongshan lay back, staring at the kite in the sky. My master, is he well? The reopening of the water transport was extremely complicated and involved all aspects of Qingluan country. Therefore, the imperial court did not blindly seek for speed and appeared to be making slow progress. The rank of the officials in charge of this matter was not high. There were 3 of them. 2 of them were doctors that left the capital from the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works, and the last one was the provincial governor of the city where the main road of the water transport was located. As the imperial court did not publicize this matter, there were not many people in Qingluan country who paid attention to this matter. It seemed that the 2 old officials of the capital were more superficial and the provincial governor was more pragmatic. However, in reality, this was not the case. On the contrary, the provincial governor who originally thought that he was just going through the motions arrived at the temporary government office built by the river. Only then did he realize that the 2 doctors, whose ranks were not even as high as his, seemed to have a well-thought-out plan. The rules and regulations were detailed, almost to the point of being cumbersome. It was to the point that even he who was familiar with local government affairs felt that he could not interfere. Other than the 5th-rank doctors from the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works, there was also a 5th-rank assistant official whose surname was Liu Qingfeng. Provincial Governor Hong really despised this person surnamed Liu. In the Jianghu, betraying one's friends for glory was already something that everyone disdained. In the officialdom, he was a bastard who betrayed one's father for glory. Provincial Governor Hong felt that he had to change his official robe every other day to discuss matters with this kind of person. He felt uncomfortable even drinking a cup of tea. In the past half a year, Provincial Governor Hong had always treated Liu Qingfeng with disdain. The 2 officials of the capital seemed to understand his feelings and purposely turned a blind eye to it. As for Liu Qingfeng himself, probably due to his low rank and guilty conscience, he had always pretended to be respectful to Provincial Governor Hong. Moreover, when discussing the details of the dredging of the water transport at the table, Liu Qingfeng almost never took the initiative to speak. He would only speak when the 2 officials asked about the details. On this day, in a village next to a section of the water transport, there was a lively scene of dancing bamboo horses. A scholar who had already traversed the entire old Tsauhe twice was sitting on top of a short yellow mud wall with a young page boy named Liu Suo. They were looking at the noisy gongs and drums from afar. The bamboo horse was made of bamboo strips and wrapped in colorful cloth. It was divided into 2 sections and hung from the waist of the person who jumped on the bamboo horse. According to local customs, Zhengyi rode a red horse, Qingyi rode a yellow horse, a woman rode a green horse, a scholar rode a white horse, and a warrior rode a black horse. Each had its own meaning. In fact, the scholar didn't look like an official at all. His skin was tanned and shiny. He wore coarse linen clothes. Only the pair of very sturdy but old suede boots on his feet were not something that ordinary villagers could have. Not every village would dance bamboo horses. It depended on which village paid. The amount of money was more or less, and the dancing bamboo horses would dance according to the price. Obviously, this village paid a lot of money, so the dancing bamboo horses was particularly exciting. Near the top of the wall, there were many loafers and tall young men who came from other villages to join in the fun. They pointed at the girls in the rich village and talked about them without any scruples. They talked about which family's girl's breasts would definitely be big in the future and which family's girl would definitely give birth to a son. Laughter rose and fell around the wall. Some people even argued about which family's girl was the prettiest and who was the prettiest girl within the radius of dozens of miles. Anyway, they all had their own preferences. The scholar also looked at the girls who they were pointing at and didn't hide his observation. The attendant sitting at the side was somewhat helpless. "Master, why are you also so indecent?" The scholar smiled and said, "The nature of a woman is the most difficult. In fact, being fat and thin is not a problem." The attendant said helplessly, "Master, if you say so, then so be it." The scholar smiled and said, "You are still young. In the future, you will understand that a woman's face is not the most important. A good figure is the most wonderful. The attendant rolled his eyes and said, "Master, I don't understand this. I haven't studied many books. I will take the imperial examination and be an official like you." The scholar nodded and said, "You are a good student. You will definitely be an official in the future." The attendant was suddenly happy. No matter what the master said, he was always right. Far away from them, near where the bamboo horses were jumping, there were endless cheers and shouts of praise. However, there were many onlookers near the wall. Many people were picky. There were more people who didn't take it seriously and more people who sneered. The applause was sparse. The attendant asked softly, "Master, you are so knowledgeable that you know the origin of those dancing bamboo horses. Then tell me, is it true that you didn't dance well?" "I think it is very good." Liu Qingfeng whispered, "Of course it is good. But we don't spend money. Why should we say it is good? Which of the good things in the world doesn't cost money?" The attendant was confused and asked, "What's the reason?" Liu Qingfeng smiled and didn't say anything. He touched the boy's head and said, "Don't think too much about it. Now is the best time for you to study." The attendant nodded and thought of something. He asked curiously, "Why do you only look at the archives of the Ministry of Revenue recently?" The attendant still didn't know that this was not something his master could read as an official. Someone even secretly sent it to his desk. Liu Qingfeng said softly, looking at the history books, "It's all written by the later emperors about the affairs of the previous dynasty. It's inevitable that it's not true. But the only thing that will not lie is the matter of money. So when we read history, if we have a chance, we must look at the life history of the people in charge of the financial power of the previous dynasties, as well as their process of casting and promoting all kinds of money. It's easier to see the gains and losses of the national policy by taking one person as the point and the state treasury as the line." The attendant scratched his head. Liu Qingfeng looked at the bustling noise in the distance and said with a smile, "You don't have to worry. If you want to read in the future, I have all the books here." Seeing that the master liked to chat today, the attendant was a little happy. Because the 2 trips to the beginning and the end of the Tsauhe River were really tiring. Moreover, the master didn't like to talk much at that time. He just looked at the mountains and rivers and silently wrote notes. The attendant took advantage of the master's willingness to talk more today, so he asked, "Master, why do you have to talk with the teachers in the cities and rural schools wherever you go?" Liu Qingfeng said, "Where do the seeds of studying come from? After the parents in the family, there are teachers. How can it not be an important thing for us scholars to care about? Is it possible that there will be scholars who are full of classics and willing to cultivate themselves and raise their families out of thin air?" The attendant nodded and said, "Master, what you said is still reasonable." Liu Qingfeng smiled and said, "You can think about it now." The attendant nodded and said, "Okay." Suddenly, a group of young men and tall boys rushed over. When they saw Liu Qingfeng and the attendant, they jumped on the wall one by one. "Get out of here." There was anger on the young attendant's face. He didn't expect that his master had already stood up and silently jumped off the low wall without saying anything. The young attendant had to follow him and went to another place to enjoy the jumping bamboo horses. But when he looked again, he couldn't see clearly. The young attendant was very angry. Liu Qingfeng stood elsewhere, stretched his neck, stood on tiptoe, and continued to watch the jumping bamboo horses in the village's grain field. The young attendant was unhappy. His master was good in everything, but his temper was too good, which was not very good. Don't argue with right and wrong people, but in the end, you are the one who is right and wrong. Liu Qingfeng said with a smile, "Don't compete with hypocrites for fame, don't compete with real villains for profit, don't argue with stubborn people for reason, don't compete with ordinary people for courage, and don't compete with sour scholars for talent. Don't show kindness to fools." This was not to compete. In fact, there was knowledge to compete. But Liu Qingfeng thought that it would be better to talk to the young attendant later. It was not a good thing for young scholars to not study hard and only think about the big ideas. They just needed not to make big mistakes. The young Liu Mang summoned up his courage and refuted his master who knew everything for the first time. "If we don't compete for anything, then we will have nothing. It's too disadvantageous. There was no such thing as living meant giving way to others. I don't think it's good. Liu Qingfeng smiled and said, think about it carefully. Liu Mang shook his head and said, I just don't understand. Liu Qingfeng retracted his gaze and turned to look at the young attendant. He joked, you are so stupid, how can you be my attendant? Liu Mang laughed. Liu Qingfeng suddenly said, let's go. Liu Mang left with this master. Liu Qingfeng walked slowly, thinking about some things that were neither small nor big. Liu Mang originally had questions, but when he saw his master like this, he knew that he could not disturb him. Liu Qingfeng could only stand by and watch Li Baozhen's actions. Li Baozhen's ambition, which could be said to be ambition, was not small. He was one of the leaders of the Southern Dallas Green Wave Pavilion spies. He was trying to plan carefully from the bottom. Scholars, heroes of the Jianghu, leaders of the scholarly community, and officials of the imperial court. After Li Baozhen entered Qingwan Kingdom, everyone began to be his chess pieces. Now, almost all of them were young and ignorant children, such as the prodigy who was titled Zhou Dynasty's principal. It sounded very inappropriate and full of conspiracy. It seemed gloomy and murderous, but it was not completely so. Li Baozhen was like building a house. His first goal was not to become the emperor behind the scenes of the Qingwan Kingdom, but to one day, even the fate of the immortals on the mountain could be controlled by the secular dynasty. The reason was very simple. Even the cultivation seedlings were sent to the mountain by Li Baozhen and the imperial court of the Li dynasty. Year after year, the cultivation seedlings became some founding ancestor or a large number of pillars of the mountain. After a long time, it was easy to explain the rules at the foot of the mountain. During this period, the governor of Qingwan Kingdom, Wei Liang, watched coldly from the sidelines. Occasionally, he would set a few rules that Li Baozhen himself had to abide by. Liu Qingfeng saw through Li Baozhen's plan, from his intentions to his methods. To put it bluntly, it was either he, Liu Qingfeng, played with the leftovers, or he, Liu Qingfeng, deliberately left it for Li Baozhen. For example, since this year, there were a few famous literary figures in Qingwan Kingdom who had a bad reputation. What to do? It was still the same 3 tricks that Liu Qingfeng taught Li Baozhen. First, flatter them. Say that their poems and essays were enough to be worshipped side by side with the saints. Then, exaggerate their character to the altar of moral saints. Then, someone would come out and say a few words of approval. Then, they would quietly gather momentum and start to lead the public opinion in the literary world. They would induce the neutral people to be disgusted with the moral saints that they themselves found inexplicable. Finally, it was even simpler. Aren't you all moral saints? Then, casually fabricate a story and attack those people on the grounds that they were morally wrong. At this time, it was the Jianghu and the common people's turn to show their strength. The wandering storytellers and the shopkeepers of private bookstores began to take turns. Of course, there was also a group of royal literati that Li Baozhen had privately recruited. They began to bitterly and speak up for justice. In the end, one by one, their reputation would be ruined. Would the common people, who had unknowingly added fuel to the fire, really care about the truth? Maybe they would, but not many. Most of them were just there to watch the fun. Just like what Liu Qingfeng was doing today, watching the fun from afar. Why should he look at the people who were just there to watch the fun and let them think too much? Liu Qingfeng wouldn't. Moreover, there was never a fun that didn't end. After the hubbub, there was dead silence. It had always been like this. Liu Qingfeng smiled and said to himself, I've made a good start. What was more, Li Baozhen was very smart. It was easy for him to draw inferences. Liu Qingfeng suddenly stopped and said to the boy beside him, Liu Mang, remember, if one day in the future, no matter who comes to persuade you to harm me, whether it's a long-term hidden chess piece or a hasty assassination, you just have to nod and agree. Not only do you agree, but you also have to do your best. You don't need to hesitate or show mercy. The young attendant's face was pale. His mind was blank. He didn't understand why his master said such frightening words. Liu Qingfeng looked as usual and said softly, because you definitely can't succeed. In fact, I'm harming you once by keeping you by my side, so I have to save you once. So that you won't die in vain for the so-called morality. During this period, how much you can learn from me, how much you can accumulate contacts, and where you eventually climb to is all your own ability. As for why I keep you by my side knowing this, it's because I want to know if you can become the second Li Baozhen and be smarter than him. So smart that you can really benefit the world in the end. The young attendant's face was covered in tears. He was frightened by this unfamiliar master. Liu Qingfeng asked softly, "Do you remember?" The young attendant wiped his tears and nodded. Liu Qingfeng smiled, "Very good, then from now on, you have to try to forget all of this. Otherwise, you won't be able to fool Li Baozhen." After a while, Liu Qingfeng had a rare moment of surprise. Because a white-robed young man was walking towards him, but the personal retainer that Dali had sent to him did not appear from start to finish. The young man was holding a kite in his hand, smiling brightly. "Liu Qingfeng, I'm carrying a small hoe, I'm here to poach my own people. You're following that old bastard, there's no future for you, follow me, Kui Dongshan. What's more, what's mine is mine, and what's his is still mine, there's no need to be polite with him. In the entire southern part of the Aquarius continent, I'm the biggest, that old bastard can't do anything about it." Liu Qingfeng laughed, "That's a little difficult." The other party's hidden identity, Liu Qingfeng could now flip through all of Greenwave Pavilion's secret reports, so he could roughly guess, even if it was only his identity on the surface, the other party was actually qualified to say such disgraceful words. Kui Dongshan threw the kite in his hand to Liu Qingfeng. After Liu Qingfeng caught it, he looked down, there was no thread, and laughed. Liu Qingfeng raised his head, shook his head, and said, "You should know, Liu Qingfeng's ambition does not lie here. Self-preservation is a matter, freedom is something that we scholars have never pursued." Kui Dongshan took a big step forward, tilted his head, and extended his hand, "Then return it to me." Liu Qingfeng laughed, "Of course, it's better if someone gives it to me for free, I will accept it and not return it." Kui Dongshan clicked his tongue, "Liu Qingfeng, if you continue to be my type, I will help my master take in a disciple on behalf of my master." Liu Qingfeng smiled and asked, "I wonder who Mr. Kui's master is?" Kui Dongshan stood in place, his feet did not move, his shoulders shrugged, he was extremely mischievous, and laughed, "You've already met him." Liu Qingfeng thought for a moment, "I can't guess." Kui Dongshan laughed out loud, "To show my sincerity, I will not keep you in suspense. My master is the person who caused your ox cart to fall into the water." Liu Qingfeng was startled for a long time, and asked tentatively, "Chen Pinggan?" Kui Dongshan was also startled for a moment, but in the next moment, he was in front of Liu Qingfeng, lightly jumped, and heavily slapped Liu Qingfeng's head, causing Liu Qingfeng's figure to stagger, and almost fall down, only to hear that person scolding, "Damn it, you dare to call my master by his name?" 536. The two Taoists, one old and one young, could only walk according to the local rules. The old Daoist was no exception as he walked along the river with his disciple. The young Daoist, Zhong Shanfeng, had an eye-opening experience. The Yingyan Chen clan was worthy of being called a refined scholar. It was worthy of being called the master of the world's monumental archways. This was probably the first-class scholarly family in the world. Actually, it was not that they could not hire a carriage to go to the ancestral hall of the Chen family. It was just that they did not have enough money. Even if Zhong Shanfeng agreed, they would not have enough money. Luckily, Zhong Shanfeng was used to the mountains and rivers of Jianghu. He felt a little guilty for making his master suffer along with him. Although his master's cultivation was not high, he had already abstained from eating. Actually, the journey of a few hundred miles was not that difficult. However, his disciple had to be filial. However, every time Zhong Shanfeng turned back, his master would be walking and dozing off like a chicken pecking rice. Zhong Shanfeng was impressed that his master could sleep while walking. As they passed by a green stone cliff, Zhong Shanfeng saw a young man in a scholarly robe. His back was facing the both of them as he sat there in a daze. Venerable Fiery Dragon opened his eyes and smiled, he also likes to sleep. He will definitely have a bright future. Zhong Shanfeng felt wronged and said, "When I was on the mountain, I was young and loved to sleep. Why didn't you say that? Why did senior brother always use a chicken feather as an order to get me to cultivate? Senior apprentice brother Xiongji always said that my aptitude was as good as his, and that if I didn't cultivate diligently, it would be too much of a pity. So even though master didn't care, as his senior apprentice brother, he couldn't just watch me waste the opportunity to cultivate the Tao on the mountain. Well, in the end, I found out that senior apprentice brother Xiongji was actually only at the immortal cave realm. But senior apprentice brother's tone was always so arrogant that I always thought he was a Jindan Earth immortal. Hence, when senior brother died of old age, I cried so miserably. I could not bear to part with senior brother Xiongji. Actually, I was also a little disappointed. I always felt that I was stupid and lazy and could not even cultivate to the cave realm in this lifetime. Venerable fiery dragon laughed. How did master's order become a chicken feather? What's more, why isn't the cave-dwelling realm high enough? Outside of Cao Di Peak, there were the four main branches of Taixia, Peach Mountain, Baiyun and Xianfinger under Immortal Huolong. Even though Immortal Huolong had never deliberately set any mountain or river rules, it was not taboo for his disciples to wander around Cao Di Peak. However, Taixia progenitor Li Yu and the other great cultivators of Cao Di Peak did not allow their disciples to disturb Immortal Huolong's sleep. Moreover, the cultivators of Cao Di Peak were famous for not going out and their cultivation was not high. Therefore, regardless of their seniority, almost all the cultivators of other branches were like Taixia progenitor's disciple Ji Yu Mo. Their only impression of Cao Di Peak's martial uncles and martial uncles was that they were of high seniority and low Dao skills. During this period of time, among the Taoists on Crouching Ground Peak, there were probably a few mountain peaks that were deceived the most. Perhaps in the eyes of the great cultivators like Yuan Jun and Li Yu, this little junior apprentice brother was so dark that he was beyond redemption. However, seeing that their master and this little junior apprentice brother were getting along quite well, they did not dare to do anything unnecessary. This was nothing. When Zhong Shanfeng announced that he wanted to go down the mountain to slay demons, his master Immortal Huolong tricked him again. He said that since he wanted to go down the mountain to train, he should go further away as there were no demons around Cao Di Peak. In the end, not only did Zhong Shanfeng leave Earth Flat Peak, he even traveled all the way to the Aquarius continent. Other than the Taixia progenitor who was in seclusion, the founding masters of Peach Mountain, White Cloud and Xianfinger were all panicking. They were afraid that something would happen to their junior brother if he was too far away from their mountains. Especially the Jade Pure Realm Daoist from the Xianfinger Peak who had the combat power of an immortal. He hoped that his master would allow him to leave the North Continent and go to the Aquarius continent to protect Zhong Shanfeng secretly. However, the Fire Dragon Immortal did not agree. The founding masters of the three sects felt that something was not right. However, their master's words were law and they dared not disobey him. However, the founding master of the White Cloud sect and the other two junior brothers discussed in private and felt that their master did not care about their junior brother. As his senior brothers, they had to take up the responsibility of protecting him. Hence, this old Taoist immortal and the two junior brothers found a perfect excuse and went down the mountain. They changed their route and secretly escorted Zhong Shanfeng on his journey. Therefore, the White Cloud sect's founding master knew about Zhong Shanfeng's dangerous experience of slaying demons at the foot of the mountain, as well as the loss of his state of mind. This meant that the other two sects knew about it too. Especially when Xianfinger knew that Zhong Shanfeng had boarded the ferry, the founding master of the Peach Mountain calculated with his fingers and turned pale with fright. Xianfinger could not take it anymore and planned to let Xianfinger carry his sword down the mountain to protect his junior brother even if his master did not allow him to follow. However, he did not expect Immortal Huolong to suddenly appear and stop them. Xianfinger wanted to explain himself but his master slapped him on the head and pushed him back to Xianfinger's seclusion grotto. When Immortal Huolong turned around and looked at the direct disciple of the Peach Mountain with a smile, the latter immediately said that he did not need to trouble his master and went back to his mountain for seclusion. Later on, the ancestor of the White Cloud lineage received a flying sword message from the Ancestor Hall of Lying Ground Peak. He immediately rushed back to lying ground peak obediently and was scolded without any suspense. However, when he left lying ground peak, his face was full of joy. Only then did the two junior brothers, Peach Mountain and Xianji, know that their master scolded their senior brother and gave him a date to eat. Well, everything was within their master's control. It all depended on who was more courageous and more attentive to their junior brother. Who dared to risk being questioned by their master and resolutely went down the mountain to escort him? The two of them were both experts and instantly understood everything. Thus, the ancestor of Lying Ground Peak chased after the senior brother of the White Cloud lineage and said that he wanted to spar. Unfortunately, the senior brother escaped quickly and did not give the junior brother a chance to vent his anger. When they reached the bluestone cliff by the river, they were already close to the Chen clan. For cultivators, even if they did not ride the wind, at least in terms of mentality, they were still only a few steps away from the Chen clan. Zhong Shanfeng reminded him, "Master, although we were invited here this time, we still have to follow the etiquette of paying a visit. Don't be like that time at the Central Plains Mirage Swamp. Stomping your feet is considered a greeting to the master, and the master has to show up to see us." Venerable Fiery Dragon nodded and smiled. "All right." Zhong Shanfeng asked doubtfully, "The few books we bought from the bookstore, will the scholar not think that we are rude?" Venerable Fiery Dragon shook his head. "Giving books to the scholar is the greatest courtesy in the world." Zhong Shanfeng was slightly relieved. Actually, the young Daoist did not know who the master and disciple were meeting until now. Zhong Shanfeng thought of something. "Master, us cultivators cleansed our hearts with the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers in the Baodao Mountain. We did not meet the nobles and did not meet the emperor. But how did the Confucian disciple cultivate? Could he only rely on reading? But if he could cultivate by reading, then wouldn't everyone in the world be able to cultivate? If someone stealthily took the books from the righteous majesty to the other worlds, especially the wildlands, wouldn't that be a huge disaster? Wouldn't the demon folk gain a whole bunch of cultivators for no reason? And if that happened, the Great Wall of Sword energy would be attacked by the demon folk. Venerable Fiery Dragon smiled. "These questions are indeed good. But an old man like me shouldn't be answering them. Otherwise, it would be impolite. Am I right?" Zhong Shanfeng suddenly felt a breeze on his face. He turned his head and saw an old Confucian in a green robe walking towards him. He nodded and smiled. "Before I answer the question, I would like to know what books you brought for me." Venerable Fiery Dragon patted his disciple's shoulder. "Shanfeng, do you see that? Someone is asking for a gift from you." Zhong Shanfeng quickly bowed and greeted him as Mr. Chen. He then took off his bag and took out 3 books. The old man took them and looked at them helplessly. After thanking the young Daoist, he kept them in his sleeves. He, Chen Chunan, was regarded as the #1 disciple of the secondary sage. In the end, this great heavenly master from Mount Longhu gave him 3 books that should have been banned and destroyed by the literary sage. After Chen Chunan kept the books, he said, "The Confucian disciple's path of cultivation is similar to that of Taoism. It's just that it's changed to nurturing the Great Spirit in one's heart. You guys are in Mount Baodao, far away from the mortal world. You guys opened up a pure and clean place. As for the land of cultivation and the methods of cultivation, they are respectively the study rooms and the books of the sages, as well as the principles contained in the words in the books. However, there's still a threshold. Not everyone can really cultivate just by flipping through the books. For example, the beginner's breathing method still needs to be taught by a gentleman. As for the innate foundation of cultivation, it's another threshold. As a result, there are many great literary talents, and many old Confucian scholars with a full stomach, but they are still unable to prolong their lives by reading books. Zhong Shanfeng felt that this explanation was quite mysterious. However, he still bowed and said, "Thank you for your explanation." Chen Chunan laughed. "There's no need to be so polite. Scholars study and Daoist cultivators study. We are considered to be fellow Taoists. Etiquette is simple and honest, not complicated and not superficial." Actually, there was still Zhong Shanfeng's last question. It was not that Chen Chunan did not know the answer, but he did not say it on purpose. Contrary to what the young Daoist thought, the Confucian school never stopped the spiritual beings from studying and cultivating. This was the rule set by the Sage of Rites. Zhong Shanfeng turned to look at his master. Zhenren Huolong laughed angrily. What's the matter? Just because you met an unworldly expert, you despise your master for not having the demeanor of a deity. Zhong Shanfeng blinked his eyes. This is what your master said. I don't think so. Zhenren Huolong pointed to the green cliff not far away. Is that the kid who practiced swordplay in your dream? Chen Chunan nodded. It's a pity that I have to return him to the Aquarius continent in the future. I've been chatting with him all these years. I don't think I'll have the chance in the future. Zhenren Huolong said to Zhong Shanfeng, that person is Chen Pingan's best friend. Aren't you going to greet him? Zhong Shanfeng was stunned. He bade farewell to his master and the old man and dashed over. Zhenren Huolong and Chen Chunan did not go to the ancestral hall of the Chen family in Yingyin. Instead, they walked along the river. The old man said, at least the South Po Suo continent has you. What about the Southeast Tongyi continent and the Southwest Fu Yarou continent? Chen Chunan did not speak for a long time. Actually, this question was a little weird. If the demons in the wilderness could really break through the Great Wall of Sword Qi, their army would flood the world's largest mountain imprint, the inverted hanging mountain. Then, it would be hard to say if Chen Chunan could defend the South Po Suo continent, which was closest to the inverted hanging mountain. Then, what did the Tongyi continent and the Fu Yarou continent have to do with him? Chen Chunan smiled and said, the old elementary scholar actually advised me before. What he meant was that he gave me two choices. Either I don't want to die, or I want to die sooner. I don't want to die sooner or later. Zhenren Huolong sighed. Elder Wen Sheng is one of a kind when it comes to human nature. In terms of age, Zhenren Huolong was much older than the old scholar. But when the old scholar was mentioned, he still had to sincerely address him as elder. Chen Chunan nodded his head. He did not refute. Even if he was the mainstay of the secondary saint's lineage, Chen Chuanan's own knowledge was fundamentally the opposite of the old scholar's philosophy. The Confucian school of thought that ruled the world. The battle between the sages and the direction of the Tao ultimately depended on whose Tao could protect the common people and benefit the Tao of the world. The battle between the gentlemen was about right and wrong. It was about right and wrong. The battle between the sages was about whether one's own knowledge was good or bad. It was just a battle between the pen and paper. The complicated rules of the Confucian school of thought were the greatest protectors of this vast world. As for the scholarly sages, drawing a circle around the prison was the most restrictive thing in the world. In the old dragon city at the southern end of the Aquarius continent, the secondary sage had personally punished him. He was regarded as one of the 72 sages who had lost their chance to eat cold pig's head meat by the cultivators of the 100 schools of thought. In terms of knowledge, he had helped the Confucian students of different schools in different continents to benefit greatly. Hence, even if this person was against the disciple of the old scholar was still willing to admit that this person's knowledge was not ordinary. He could see the potential of this person's knowledge to the world. The dead were like husbands, unwilling to part with day and night. The two old men who had reunited after a long time chatted about the most important things in the world. The two young men at the Green Rock Cliff were like old friends. They chatted about trivial matters. The young Confucian who was sitting there pretending to be asleep was Liu Xianyang, who was brought from the Aquarius continent to the Hassa continent by Chen Chunan. After knowing that the young Taoist named Zhong Shanfeng and Chen Pingan were best friends who traveled together, Liu Xianyang was very happy. He asked Zhong Shanfeng about what he had seen and heard along the way. Liu Xianyang did not know much about the inside story of the Aquarius continent, the Dali cavalry, and the Aquarius continent. He could only learn about it from the landscape bulletin and search for clues bit by bit. Liu Xianyang had no one to rely on when he was studying abroad. He had to be frugal because in the Chen family of Yingyin, all the books, no matter how rare and expensive, could be read for free. However, the landscape bulletin had to be paid. Fortunately, Liu Xianyang knew a few disciples of the Chen family and Confucian scholars from the academy. They were now friends and he could learn about other continents through them. compared to the cheerful and tall young man in the small town. Now, Liu Xianyang had become more and more calm and restrained. He was diligent in his studies and rigorous in his studies. He did not relax for a moment when he secretly cultivated. He was more and more in line with the family style and landscape of the Chen family. On the other hand, the young man from the clay bottle alley who was always silent in front of outsiders, Liu Xianyang's best friend, was pursuing the freedom of the state of mind in his heart. He got whatever he wanted. Zhong Shanfeng poured out all the beans and talked about Chen Pinggan. For this young Taoist from the flat-ground peak, even if he knew that he had missed the chance to become a great celestial master with a different surname from the Dragon Tiger Mountain, he might feel some regret. However, he would not be too sad. He would more likely think that his master was stupid. How could he, Zhong Shanfeng, dare to touch the great celestial master with a different surname from the celestial master's residence? He did not dare to think too much about it. Even if he knew that he had missed the opportunity for no reason, Zhong Shanfeng would not be too disturbed in his Dao heart. This might be the most valuable thing about Zhong Shanfeng that he did not know. He was even more ignorant than he was that his master's Dao skills were not high. However, when Zhong Shanfeng talked about the 2 times he parted with Chen Pinggan, he was really sad. Zhong Shanfeng took off an ancient sword from his back and handed it to Liu Xianyang, who he had just met as a friend. He smiled brightly and said, "This is the sword that Chen Pinggan bought at Qingfu Square. The name of the sword is Zhenwu. I still owe money for the military school's armor pill that can transform into a sweet dew armor. I owe Chen Pinggan a lot more. However, my master helped me to ask for 2 bottles of water pills from an old friend at the Mirage Lake. If I have the chance in the future, I can give them to Chen Pinggan as interest." Liu Xianyang slowly unsheathed the sword. It was slightly cracked and rusty. He flicked the sword with his finger and it vibrated slightly. He nodded and said, "It's very heavy." Zhong Shanfeng was puzzled and asked, "This sword is not heavy, is it?" Liu Xianyang squinted and stared at the subtle ripples on the sword. He could see the mystery in it. This had nothing to do with Liu Xianyang's state. In fact, Liu Xianyang had been in many absurd ancient battlefield ruins in his dreams. He had seen countless good swords. Many of them could be pulled out, but many of them could not be picked up. Liu Xianyang still could not pick up a broken sword. However, Liu Xianyang was used to memorizing the ancient seal names of the swords, the style of the scabbard, the patterns of the sword aura, and carefully feeling the differences of the sword wills of each sword. What was even more mysterious was that even though he was an outsider who could ignore the passage of time in his dream, he would still attack like an ancient person and destroy all of Liu Xianyang's consciousness and thoughts on the spot. Liu Xianyang had no choice but to withdraw from the dream, sweating profusely. What was worse was that Liu Xianyang would vomit blood on the spot and feel dizzy for the next few days. Therefore, for the sword, Liu Xianyang had long been an expert in this field. Not to mention his state of cultivation, just in terms of the height and breadth of his vision, he might even be better than many sword immortals in the North Continent. Liu Xianyang gently sheathed the sword. This sword. He had never seen it with his own eyes in his dreams. However, that feeling seemed to have been clearly felt before in the largest ancient battlefield ruins. Being there, Liu Xianyang's footsteps faltered, and he felt as if the world had become heavier. As for whether this sword was the same one, it was hard to say. Perhaps it was an exquisite imitation that carried a little sword will. Zhong Shanfeng put the true martial ancient sword on his back again. When he turned his head again, he found that the tall young man seemed to be very sad. Zhong Shanfeng was a little puzzled. Why would Liu Xianyang be more sad than happy when he heard that his best friend from his hometown was a good person who had not changed his heart despite being so successful? Liu Xianyang clenched his fists and rested them on his knees. He looked into the distance and said softly, "You met Chen Pinggan later than I did, so you might not know. That guy's biggest wish in life is to be safe and sound. It's just that he's the most timid. He's the most afraid of illness and disaster. However, at the very beginning, he was the one who was the least afraid of ghosts in the world. Don't you think it's strange? At that time, he seemed to think that he was already trying his best to live. If he still had to die, he would have a clear conscience. Anyway, if he died, he might reunite with someone somewhere else. Liu Xianyang murmured, "That's why the Chen Pinggan you know has become so cautious. He must have found a reason not to die. Do you think there's anything wrong with this change? I also think it's good, but I know that this will be a very tiring life for him. When we met, other than me, no one knew how much he had done, how much effort he had put in, and how much he had suffered for the sake of the mother and daughter of a family in Mudbottle Alley." Liu Xianyang smiled. "I've only seen him cry twice in my life. The last time was when I was about to die. The first time was very early. It was when I was an apprentice of the Dragon Kill with him. I heard some rumors from Apricot Blossom Alley, saying that the woman in Mudbottle Alley had an inexplicable relationship with him. I woke up in the middle of the night and didn't see him. When I went out, I saw him sitting on a bench outside the door, his face full of tears. I squatted beside him. After I found out what had happened, I've always been a little careful. I've never cared about those dirty things in the streets. At first, I thought it was just a joke, so I smiled and asked him if there was such a good thing. At that time, he was crying so hard that he didn't have any spirit left, so he ignored me. So I knew that at that time, he was really heartbroken. That was why I didn't continue to joke with him. I didn't know how to comfort people, so I could only accompany him. In the end, he thought it through himself. He told me that Jiyu Kan's family's kindness was something that he would never be able to repay in his entire life. In the future, when he does things for the mother and son, he must be even more attentive. He can't just let others gossip about him. He can't just care about his own feelings and do everything without thinking. In the end, the ones who will suffer the most will only be Jiyu Kan and his mother. Liu Xianyang leaned back on the ground and rested his head on his hands. He said, "Actually, at that time, I really wanted to tell him that it was possible that Jiyu Kan's mother didn't care about the gossip at all, and that you, Chen Pinggan, were thinking too much because you were hiding here alone and thinking blindly. But in the end, I didn't say those words because I couldn't bear to. I couldn't bear to see any changes in the current Chen Pinggan. I was afraid that if I said it, Chen Pinggan would be enlightened and wouldn't treat me, Liu Xianyang, as well. This was all my selfishness at the time because I knew that if he didn't treat Jiyu Kan as well today, he would naturally treat me, Liu Xianyang, less tomorrow. But after so many years, I've traveled from continent to this place. That's why I'm very regretful now. I shouldn't have let Chen Pinggan be that Chen Pinggan. He should have thought more about himself. Why did he live for others his entire life? On what basis? On the basis that Chen Pinggan is Chen Pinggan? At dusk, on the stone cliff by the river, a cool breeze brushed past his face. Tonight, the moon should still be high in the sky. Zhong Shanfeng was silent for a long time before he asked softly, "When will you go back to your hometown?" Liu Xianyang lay there and closed his eyes. "As soon as possible. At the very least, 10 years. Zhong Shanfeng sighed. "We should go back sooner. The books say that if you don't return to your hometown when you're rich, it's like walking in the night. For us cultivators, it's actually very difficult. We don't know the weather on the mountain, and in the blink of an eye, if we return to our hometown, what will we have left? What can we show off to others? Even if our family is still around, and we have descendants, what can we say?" Liu Xianyang said, "I don't have any feelings for my hometown. I'm not going back to prove anything to anyone. So when I return to Aquarius Continent, the first place I want to go is not that small town. The first person I want to see is also not Chen Pinggan." Zhong Shanfeng turned and looked. "You have a knot in your heart." Liu Xianyang's eyes were still closed, and he smiled. "A knot can only be untied by death." Liu Xianyang opened his eyes and suddenly sat up. "When I reach Aquarius Continent, I will pick a mid-autumn festival reunion night. I, Liu Xianyang, will dream of upright Sun Mountain." Zhong Shanfeng asked softly, "You're not going to wait for Chen Pinggan?" Liu Xianyang crossed his arms and laughed. "Don't forget, it has always been me, Liu Xianyang, taking care of Chen Pinggan." But Liu Xianyang did not forget. Actually, from the first day they met, it was Chen Pinggan who saved Liu Xianyang at Mudbottle Alley. Zhong Shanfeng did not feel that Liu Xianyang was boasting. Back then, Chen Pinggan had always nagged about a guy named Liu Xianyang, who had taken care of him and taught him many things. Only the two of them who were best friends. Chen Pinggan did not mention a word about their meeting and parting when they were young. Liu Xianyang suddenly turned and looked towards the northeast. His heart was moved. Liu Xianyang suddenly said, "I need to sleep." Zhong Shanfeng was helpless. He was quite similar to his master. In the distance, the two old men, dressed in scholarly robes and daoist robes, sighed at the same time. Especially venerable Fiery Dragon, who was even more sorrowful. Because the old friend who visited Lying Ground Peak before traveling to Inverted Mountain was the first sword immortal of Northern Continent to die in battle south of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Now that Northern Continent received the news, there was such a commotion. This was an ancient tradition passed down from generation to generation in Northern Continent. Raising the continent to worship the sword. Sword Chi soaring to the sky. The world knew. Chen Pinggan quietly stayed on the small mountain in Futsu country for 3 days, practicing his fist techniques and cultivating. Chen Pinggan had never been so focused on the breathing exercises of a cultivator. He could completely forget himself as soon as he sat cross-legged. When the time was up, Liu Jinglong's talisman array that could withstand 3 attacks from a nascent soul cultivator dissipated. These movements made Chen Pinggan open his eyes. Previously, Chen Pinggan had already taken off his black daoist robe and changed into an ordinary green robe. Chen Pinggan carried the bamboo box, took out the ordinary green bamboo mountain staff, and walked down the mountain. Once again, he was like the scholar in the green robe who carried his books and traveled. The quiet cultivation of cultivators in the lower 5 realms, other than refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their own little world, could also strengthen their muscles and bones, making them different from ordinary people. After entering the cave abode realm, one's muscles and bones would be strong, and their skin would be as shiny as green jade. After entering the golden core realm, one would go one step further. Their muscles, bones, and meridians would be together, and they would have the appearance of golden branches and jade leaves. There would be clouds inside and outside the chi abode that would not dissipate for a long time. Especially after entering the nascent soul realm, it was as if a small world of the human body had been opened in the key acupoints. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which was condensed like the liquid of the golden core, would be further improved, and a small nascent soul cultivator would be born that was compatible with one's own Tao. This was the foundation of the yang spirit of cultivators in the upper 5 realms. However, it was similar to the golden core, with different grades. This was the foundation and aptitude of a chi cultivator. The so-called foundation of a cultivator was the size of the small world of the human body and the objects that contained spiritual energy. As for aptitude, after embarking on the path of cultivation, it would determine whether a chi cultivator could become an earth immortal, and the quality of their golden core and nascent soul. The speed of a chi cultivator's cultivation would have a huge difference between heaven and earth. As for the matter of temperament, it was the cultivation of the heart. It was the most illusory, but it would often drop the ball at the crucial moment, and it would also inexplicably succeed. For example, Liu Laocheng of the Gong Willow Island had a strong will, but it was a little heart demon born from love that almost caused the only upper 5 realms cultivator in the Aquarius continent to die early. Lu Fangfang of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land was even more troubled by love. Within 60 years, Jiang Shangzhen disguised himself as Zhu Fei and protected him, but he still could not completely untie the knot in his heart. Looking at Jiang Shangzhen again, he seemed to be stained with the mud of love, but he did not have the slightest bit of this heart demon. It was all due to different temperaments. As for the matter of fate, it seemed that one could only rely on one's fate. Back then, He Xiaoliong of the Divine Grandeur sect, Huang Ting of the Tongyi continent's Taiping Mountain, and of course, Li Huai, who was very close to Chen Pinggan, belonged to the kind of people who were unreasonably lucky. Now that Chen Pinggan had successfully refined the 2 natal items, the water word seal of the water residence and the 5-colored earth of Dali, he had created a great layout of mountains and rivers. The matter of cultivation was much faster. The absorption and refinement of spiritual energy was faster and more stable. Therefore, It could be said that as long as Chen Pinggan was willing to find a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters, even if he stayed on a small mountain and cultivated day and night, he would still be able to increase his cultivation and realm. Therefore, it was not difficult to understand why the more talented a cultivator was, the more unlikely they were to stay at the foot of the mountain all year round. Unless they encountered a bottleneck, they would go down the mountain for a walk. Only when they were very quiet and wanted to move, would they cultivate their mind outside of studying the celestial arts, to sort out the meridians of the mind, so as to avoid going astray and hitting a wall without knowing it. Many insurmountable barriers were extremely mysterious. Perhaps if one took a step away, there would be a different world. Perhaps one needed to wander between heaven and earth, seemingly taking a detour of thousands of miles, before one could accumulate enough strength to break through the bottleneck in one move, and the barrier would no longer be a barrier. For ordinary cultivators, the third realm was not a big nor small barrier, and it was called the retention realm on the mountain. However, this saying had always been nonsense in the celestial sects that had an orderly inheritance. This was the reason why the celestial sects were so envious of the celestial masters. They might not be able to find the barriers of the three realms even if they knocked their heads until they bled. For the disciples of the great celestial sects, it was simply a matter of raising a hand and looking at the lines on the palm. And Chen Pinggan's three realms were the celestial sect's three realms. This was because it seemed that no one had given any specific guidance on cultivation. Previously, it was the longevity bridge that was broken and shattered. It was meaningless to talk about this. Later on, it was carrying a sword on his back and practicing martial arts, focusing on one thing. Previously, at the Longchu Ferry of the Green Oriole Kingdom, at the Immortal Inn named Kingfisher, Liu Jinglong had actually explained in detail the key points of cultivation in the lower five realms. However, after all, they were from different sects and lineages. Due to the rules and taboos on the mountain, Qi Jinglong could not investigate the situation of Chen Pinggan's grand abodes and point out the path for Chen Pinggan one by one. Therefore, many of Liu Jinglong's teachings and explanations to Chen Pinggan, who had just entered the third realm of Qi refinement warrior, were still rough matters of the future and not of the present. But even so, Qi Jinglong's words were still worthy of being called priceless advice. Because it was destined to be correct. This required Qi Jinglong to stand at the top of the mountain to be able to explain it clearly. Of course, Chen Pinggan would remember it in his heart. Didn't he drink the pot of wine left by Liu Jinglong? He drank it slowly, intending to keep at least half a pot. The 1st and 15th days of the refinement were still difficult to endure. Now that his physical injuries were far from fully recovered, Chen Pinggan walked even slower and more carefully. However, when Chen Pinggan approached the border of Luzhou County, he sensed something. He just pretended not to know. Chen Pinggan did not dare to say that he was very familiar with dealing with such matters of being followed. But among people of the same age, there should not be too many of them. Earlier, Chen Pinggan had noticed that there was something amiss with the Book Lake's nascent soul cultivator, Li Fuyao, who was secretly following him. Later on, he schemed against Jiao Cheng of Jingguan City in the North Continent and then the second batch of assassins from Deer Mountain. Moreover, this sneaky assassin did not have a high cultivation level and thought that he was just hiding. However, the other party was extremely patient. There were a few times when there seemed to be a good opportunity, but he resisted and did not make a move. Chen Pinggan allowed that assassin to protect him. Luzhou County was the hometown of the down-and-out scholar, Lu Dun, whom he met on the mountain. However, Chen Pinggan did not intend to pay him a visit. Because even if he had such intentions, he might not be able to find him. A scholar whose surname was not Lu but Zhu did not tell Chen Pinggan his real surname, perhaps because he had to be wary of others. However, Chen Pinggan felt that this was the right thing to do. When one was truly honest with others, one would never reveal one's heart through words. If one casually threw away one's sincerity, it would be easy to make mistakes. If one was not even responsible for oneself, how could one be responsible for the world and others, and then show true kindness? However, this was the logic. The world had changed, and it was wrong to treat others with sincerity. In the end, it was not good. Chen Pinggan took a detour when he passed by a small town. He did not intend to continue entangling with that assassin. As a result, on a secluded road, his figure suddenly disappeared, and he appeared by the side of the assassin lying in the reeds. Chen Pinggan stood on the peak of a reed, his figure drifting with the reeds without a sound. Lowering his head, it should be a youth. He was dressed in a black robe, his face covered with a snow-white mask. There was no doubt that he was a cultivator of Deer Mountain. However, this was the most interesting part. This young assassin of Deer Mountain had followed Chen Pinggan stealthily the entire way. It was extremely difficult. Either Qi Jinglong had not found the person, or it was difficult to reason with them, and Deer Mountain had actually sent cultivators of the upper 5 realms to assassinate him, or Qi Jinglong had completely understood the reasoning with them, and Deer Mountain had chosen to abide by an even greater rule. Even if the employer was different, if they attacked the same person 3 times, then even if someone else found Deer Mountain and was willing to give them a mountain of gold and silver, they would not assassinate that person. If this was the case, why had Qi Jinglong not shown himself? Chen Pinggan thought for a moment, then said, "He's already disappeared. Are you not worried?" The assassin of Deer Mountain stiffened. He turned his head and looked at the man in green who was standing on the reeds beside him. It was not that he did not want to escape, but his intuition told him that if he escaped, he would die. If he stayed where he was, there was still a chance of survival. He sat up and took off his mask. "I have an agreement with that Liu guy. If you discover my whereabouts, it'll be considered as my failed assassination attempt. In the future, I'll have to follow him in cultivation and call him master. So don't kill me." Chen Pinggan asked, "Then where is he?" The youth shook his head. "He wanted me to tell you that he will first make a trip to the capital of Great Seal Country, and will come back to find us later." The youth said this and punched the ground. He said sullenly, "This is my first time going down the mountain to assassinate." Chen Pinggan floated down to the ground. He took the lead and walked out of the reeds, using his walking stick to open a path. The youth hesitated for a moment. Finally, he gritted his teeth and threw away his mask. He followed behind the man in green and walked on the road together. Chen Pinggan slowed his footsteps. The youth glanced at him and braced himself to follow, walking side by side. Regarding this assassination target, there were some rumors within Deer Mountain. As an assassin that Deer Mountain focused on grooming and had grown up by the side of Deer Mountain's mountain lord, he had the opportunity to know some inside information. In short, don't be fooled by this guy's good temper. He was even more scholarly than a scholar. However, the mountain lord's master had failed the first time in Deer Mountain. In the end, someone had quickly paid to hire another assassin. The mountain lord had personally told the youth that this guy beside him was someone who was good at causing trouble. He was also good at solving problems. Chen Pinggan asked, "You are a sword cultivator?" The youth nodded. "Master said that I am a very valuable innate sword embryo. So I have to cherish my life and not be in a hurry to take on jobs. Otherwise, he would have lost money after spending so much money on me. So I have always wanted to take on jobs earlier and help Master and Deer Mountain earn money earlier. Who would have thought that I would meet this kind of person surnamed Liu? He said that he could stand still and let Master attack as he pleased. Every time he attacked, he had to listen to one of Liu Jinglong's principles. Master attacked twice and then listened to that guy's 2 principles. At this point, the youth was full of disappointment. In his impression, his master would never return empty-handed. No matter what the opponent's cultivation level was, their heads would roll. The youth heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. He was still gloomy. Deer Mountain has always kept its word. In the end, Master had no choice but to send me to assassinate you. And in the future, I will have nothing to do with Deer Mountain. I will also go with that surnamed Liu to some bullshit Tai Hui sword sect. Chen Pinggan smiled and extended his hand, opening his palm. The youth frowned. "What?" Chen Pinggan said, "Don't you have to thank me properly so that you can go to Tai Hui sword sect to cultivate? Is there something wrong with you?" The youth rolled his eyes. "Who wants to be an immortal master? It's just that my skills are not good enough. So many opportunities made me feel that they were not opportunities. Otherwise, I would have already stabbed you to death with my sword. Chen Pinggan retracted his hand and smiled. Such a heavy killing intent. You should cultivate by Qi Jinglong's side. The youth turned his head and spat. He's surnamed Liu. Even if he is stronger than our master, so what? Do I have to change masters? Besides, that guy looks like a bookworm. In the future, if I cultivate with him and call this kind of dawdling and unhappy guy master every day, I'm afraid that I won't be able to cultivate half a sword immortal in this lifetime. Chen Pinggan said, then have you ever thought that your master actually hopes that you can follow Qi Jinglong? The youth was silent for a moment. I can guess. Master is good to me. I never knew. So I plan to call that surnamed Liu master. But in my heart, in this life, I will only recognize master as my master. The youth turned his head. He was afraid that this guy would go to Liu Jinglong's side and spread rumors. He would most likely suffer in the future. But for some reason, walking with him on the road made him want to say more things in his heart. Perhaps it was because the change was too great and he needed to get it off his chest. It was not difficult for the youth to feel suffocated. Chen Pinggan smiled. It's good and right that you can think this way now. Changing your mind in the future does not mean that you are wrong now. The youth frowned. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk about such principles? What, do you think I'm great because I can't kill you? So you can order me around? This temper. It was really not good. Chen Pinggan did not care. Who can't reason with you? I am stronger than you and I am willing to reason with you. Is that a bad thing? Do you want me to punch you to death or beat you half to death and force you to kneel on the ground and beg me to reason with you? Is that better? The youth felt a headache coming on. He raised his hand. Stop, stop. Don't give me that. My mountain chieftain master was annoyed by that Liu guy for a long time before he told me to pack up and scram. I was not allowed to say another word. Chen Pinggan smiled. With a twist of his wrist, 2 jugs of glutinous rice wine appeared. Do you want to drink? The youth's eyes lit up. He directly took one of the jugs and opened it to take a big gulp. Then, he said disdainfully, so this is what wine tastes like. Boring. Chen Pinggan did not even turn his head. He just walked slowly. Since you drank, stay and finish it. It doesn't matter if it's a little late. If you have the guts to leave it by the side of the road, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Qi Jinglong. And it will be a lesson that you won't want to hear. The youth's face was full of sarcasm. He clicked his tongue and said, look, in the end, you are still suppressing others with your strength. It's not that I want to criticize you, but you are not even as good as that Liu guy. Chen Pinggan smiled. Drink your wine before Qi Jinglong returns. If nothing unexpected happens, you won't be able to drink for a long time in the future. Even if you really want to drink wine one day, you won't be able to. The youth frowned. You know that Liu guy told me in advance that I am not allowed to drink just because you persuaded me to. Chen Pinggan shook his head. I am not a god who can predict the future. The youth raised his arm and looked at the jug of wine in his hand. He hesitated for a moment, but still did not dare to throw it away. He took another sip of the rice wine. The taste was actually not bad. It did not have the slightest bit of burning feeling. It seemed like he was born to be able to drink wine. As expected of an innate sword embryo, he suddenly asked tentatively, why don't you tell Liu guy that you are willing to accept me as your disciple? What do you think? Chen Pinggan ignored him. The youth began to persuade the green-robed man, saying that he would definitely remember his kindness and would repay him in the future. When he returned to Deer Mountain, he would burn incense in the ancestral hall again and acknowledge his ancestors. In the future, he would help him assassinate his enemies for free. Chen Pinggan asked, oh yes, what is your name? The youth was not someone who would answer questions easily. It was just that this name was something that he could be proud of more than being an innate sword embryo. The youth laughed coldly. The name that master gave me. My surname is Bai and my name is Shou. Don't worry, in less than 100 years, there will be a sword immortal named Bai Shou in the North Continent. Chen Pinggan nodded. Then you have to be careful of your future nickname. Bai Shou sword immortal or something like that would not sound good. The youth pondered for a moment. What this guy said made sense. He nodded. Thank you. Chen Pinggan raised the jug of wine. The sword cultivator named Bai Shou was stunned for a moment. He understood very well and happily clinked his jug of wine with Chen Pinggan's, then drank their wine separately. Bai Shou wiped his mouth. At that moment, he felt pretty good. He could be considered to have some heroic spirit and the demeanor of a sword immortal. Chen Pinggan laughed softly. Listen to your master for everything else. It's a pity that sword immortals don't do things like drinking wine. Bai Shou nodded vigorously. Although you were quite annoying at first, I find you much more pleasing to the eye now. What's your name? You have to know that I, Bai Shou, will not remember the names of a few people in my lifetime. Look at that Liu guy. Did I call him by his full name? I don't think so. Chen Pinggan said, my name is Chen Sholang. Bai Shou said angrily, you don't know what's good for you. Chen Pinggan turned his head and asked, are you going to hit me? Bai Shou rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm stupid? Chen Pinggan nodded. That's right. Are you going to hit me? Bai Shou felt aggrieved and took a big gulp of wine. This was the second humiliation he had suffered since he left the mountain. Chen Pinggan turned his head. The travel-worn Qi Jinglong should have arrived a long time ago. He had been following the two of them for a long time. Qi Jinglong said helplessly, are you addicted to persuading people to drink wine? Chen Pinggan laughed. Every swordsman will probably remember the person who persuaded them to drink wine. Qi Jinglong asked, then who persuaded you? Chen Pinggan said, at first, it was a swordsman. Later, it was an old gentleman. Bai Shou might have been calling Chen Pinggan Liu, but now that Qi Jinglong was really beside him, he kept quiet out of fear and did not say a word. It was as if this guy was standing beside him and he was holding the unfinished bottle of wine. Even if he did not drink any more, it would be wrong. Liu Jinglong, the land dragon of the North Continent, really stood in place back then and let his master, the Mountain Master, attack twice. A seemingly casually drawn talisman array and a small world without flying swords. After his master attacked twice, he did not even have the courage to attack a third time. Qi Jinglong said, I plan to return to the sect and cultivate in seclusion. Chen Pinggan nodded. The sooner you break through the realm, the sooner I can find you. Otherwise, if it's too late, I might have already left the North Continent. I won't turn around and rush back just for you. At this point, Chen Pinggan smiled and said, if you're willing to drink wine, I can consider it. Qi Jinglong waved his hand. Don't give me that. Chen Pinggan asked, you went to the capital of the Great Xuan dynasty earlier? Qi Jinglong sighed and said, it was a little unexpected. Before Jiyu Yuren arrived at the capital, he had already sent a message to Yuan Chanting Mountain and Jiyu, telling them not to go through so much trouble and that they could fight to the death at Yushi River. I'm not very interested in this kind of killing, so I didn't stay there. However, Jiyu Yuren and Ji should be fighting soon. Chen Pinggan also sighed and began drinking again. Whitehead said, what's so great about a 10th realm martial artist? Ji is a great sword immortal. I think it'll be a matter of 2 or 3 strikes. Chen Pinggan turned his head and smiled. Don't you think I'm miserable now? Whitehead nodded. You're covered in cuts and bruises. Of course you're miserable. How about it? Don't you have a deep impression of the fierce methods of the cultivators of Deer Reaping Mountain? Chen Pinggan and Qi Jinglong looked at each other and smiled. The youth frowned. Was that not the case? Qi Jinglong suddenly said, Chen Pinggan, before I leave, let's find a secluded mountain peak. When the time comes, you'll see a rare scene. You'll understand more about the North Continent. Chen Pinggan nodded and naturally had no objections. That night, the three of them reached the peak of a mountain. In the capital of the Great Xuan dynasty, on the banks of Yushi River. Ji stood on one side of the river. A green-robed old Confucian stood on the other side and smiled. Just worship the sword. Ji nodded and said, I believe in your character. That night in the North Continent. From the head of a great sword immortal who rushed to the inverted hanging mountain in the early years. The sword cultivators of the mountain sect took the lead and summoned their flying swords and soared into the sky. It was like a white rainbow of sword chi that rose from the ground. Then it was the #1 sword immortal of the north, Bai Shong. His dazzling sword light rose rapidly into the sky. Then there was Qi Jinglong's Taihui sword sect. Under the leadership of their sect master, all the sword cultivators rode their flying swords. The sword light cut through the night sky and illuminated the entire sect. The world was as bright as day. There was also an old Daoist master of the Shen Finger Peak who summoned the peachwood sword that was usually used to slay demons. Ji Yu, the sword immortal of Ape Core Mountain, who was beside the imperial Jade Seal River of the Great Xuan dynasty. Even though a battle of life and death with a limitless realm martial artist was about to begin, Ji Yu first rode his sword into the sky to pay tribute to a comrade who had died in battle far away. All the sword cultivators of the floating duckweed sword lake, led by sword immortal Dai Cai, drew their swords. At the ancestral hall of the Drapery Hemp sect's Mui Mountain, other than a few sword cultivators who had already offered their swords, Sect Master Zhu Quan pressed his hand on the hilt of his saber and let Pang Lanshi ride her sword into the sky to pay tribute. The heroic spirit of the Skeleton Beach, Pu Chang, also drew his sword. Jiao Cheng took the initiative to shatter the taboo of the world with a punch, just so that Pu Chang's sword could soar higher into the sky. Even the sword immortals, sects, and sword cultivators who were enemies of the deceased sword immortal all offered their swords without exception. Just like that, sword chi pillars of different brightness lit up one after another on the map of the North Continent. In the vast night sky, there were naturally many lights in the mortal world. But it had never been like this in the North Continent, where so many sword immortals and sword cultivators drew their swords in unison and lit up the entire continent at the same time. On the peak of a nameless mountain in the Futsu Kingdom, Qi Jinglong also began to offer his sword. This time, he did it with all his strength. His intrinsic flying sword, named Rules, rose from the ground. Its sword chi was like a rainbow, and it was a magnificent sight. Qi Jinglong put his hands behind his back and looked at the long, thin lines that rose from the mortal world. They were all sword cultivators of the continent paying tribute to their comrade. At the same time, they were paying tribute to the common great Tao of sword cultivators. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Chen Pinggan, who was beside him. He smiled and said, "Have you really thought it through? If someone with ulterior motives sees it and reveals your trump card, it might cause you a lot of trouble in your future travels." But Qi Jinglong actually knew the answer. Chen Pinggan had unknowingly held his sword. The sword was named Sword Immortal. Chen Pinggan looked up and said softly, "Aren't you thinking about so many things that others don't want to think about because there are some things that you don't need to think too much about?" His green robe fluttered on the peak of the mountain, and his sleeves flapped loudly. The white-haired youth, who had already been blinded by Qi Jinglong's sword light, subconsciously tried his best to open his eyes. Only then did he not miss the scene. When that person softly shouted, "Go!" a golden sword light appeared between heaven and earth, and the majestic sword chi shot into the sky. Not only that, there were two sword lights, one snow white and one dark green, that swept out of that person's acupuncture point and shot into the sky. When Qi Jinglong retracted his intrinsic flying sword, Chen Pinggan raised his scabbard, and the sword immortal descended from the sky and returned to its scabbard. Then, this green-robed swordsman, who was traveling far away in the North Continent, gently carried him on his back. At this moment, the white-haired youth felt that the green-robed man had given him a bottle of wine to drink, and that it was something to be proud of. Both parties parted ways. Qi Jinglong rode the wind to return to the north, and the white-haired youth could also ride the wind to travel far away. The white-haired youth turned his head and saw that person standing in the same spot, and made a gesture of raising his head to drink wine. The white-haired youth nodded vigorously, and neither of them spoke. Unexpectedly, Qi Jinglong said, "Don't even think about drinking wine." The white-haired youth said angrily, "Liu, if you continue like this, I'll slip away and find your friend to be my master." Qi Jinglong said with a smile, "You can give it a try. He will definitely chase you away." The white-haired youth asked in puzzlement, "Why?" Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "Because he feels sorry for the wine money." The white-haired youth sneered and said, "Who are you trying to fool? How can he be so stingy?" Qi Jinglong nodded and said, "He's even more stingy than you think." The white-haired youth sighed and said, "I was blind to even want to acknowledge him as my master." The white-haired youth suddenly asked, "Then why don't you let me drink wine? Are you worried that it will delay my swordsmanship practice, or do you feel sorry for the money?" Qi Jinglong said, "Both." The white-haired youth said angrily, "Liu, then you're worse than him." Qi Jinglong turned his head and asked with a smile, "When did I say that I'm better than him?" The white-haired youth felt extremely aggrieved. After holding it in for a long time, he still could not hold it in and said angrily, "You and your friends are all like this. Damn it, didn't I fall into a den of thieves?" Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "That's not the case." The white-haired youth sighed. Life was really difficult. On the mountain peak, Chen Pinggan, who had finally carried his sword on his back again, began to slowly descend the mountain. He thought that Qi Jinglong and his new disciple should be saying good things about him, such as being generous, and so on. 537. When he walked down the peak of the mountain, Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment before he put on the black robe. It was called the 100-eyed Dao Tai, and he'd picked it up from Yang Ningxing of the Dayuan dynasty's Chongxian bureau. The golden robe was still too eye-catching. Previously, he changed the Dao Tai robe into an ordinary green robe as a precaution. He was worried that he would attract unwanted attention if he traveled along this strange path that led to the sea at both ends. However, after following Qi Jinglong to the sword ceremony on the mountain peak, Chen Pinggan changed his mind after some consideration. After all, he was now in the willow tendon realm, which attracted the most attention. Wearing a robe of good quality could help him absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth faster, which was beneficial to his cultivation. Lujiao County was one of the largest counties in the Fufu Kingdom. It had a rich literary culture. Chen Pinggan bought many books from the bookstore in the county city. Among them, he bought a collection that had been collecting dust in the bookstore for many years. It was a collection that was issued in the early spring of the Fufu Kingdom to encourage farmers. Some of the writings were brilliant, while others were plain. Along the way, Chen Pinggan carefully flipped through the collection. It was only then that he realized that the similar scenes that he saw every spring in the land of the three continents were actually rules. Officials patrolled the fields and encouraged farmers to cultivate. The good thing about studying and traveling was that one might find a book by chance. It was like the sages of the past helping the future generations to pick up a string of stringing together the affairs of the world into a string of beads. It was a dazzling collection. Chen Pinggan roughly toured the scenic spots in Lujiao County. That day, he stayed in an old inn in the county city. After entering Lujiao County, he deliberately suppressed the absorption of spiritual energy from his robe. Otherwise, he would attract the attention of the city god pavilion and the civil and martial temple. In reality, every Qi refinement warrior, especially those who had entered the middle 5 realms, was like a flood dragon traversing the rivers and mountains of the mortal world. It was not considered small. However, under normal circumstances, they would continue to cultivate after leaving the mountains and absorb the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers of the world. This was in accordance with the rules. As long as they did not go overboard and show signs of draining the pond to catch fish, the gods of the mountains and rivers of the world would turn a blind eye to it. In the darkness of the night, Chen Pinggan lit the lamp on the table in the room of the inn. He once again flipped through the book that recorded the agrarian edicts over the years. After closing the book, he began to immerse himself in it. Chen Pinggan did not rely on the Dao Tai magic robe to absorb the thin spiritual qi in the county city, but it did not mean that he did not practice. Absorbing spiritual qi was never the whole goal of practice. Along the way, in the mini-world of the human body, there were 2 key acupoints, like the water mansion and the mountain temple. The accumulation of spiritual qi and the refinement were also the foundation of practice. The 2 natal items were interdependent with each other, so he needed to cultivate a phenomenon similar to the mountain route and the water flow. In short, it required Chen Pinggan to refine spiritual qi and stabilize the foundation of the water mansion and the mountain temple. However, Chen Pinggan's current spiritual qi accumulation was far from reaching the realm of overflowing. Therefore, The most important thing now was to find an ownerless place with good feng shui. However, this was not easy, so he could settle for the next best thing, which was to practice in seclusion in an immortal inn like the Longdew of the Green Oriole Kingdom for a few days. In fact, he could also use the fairy money that contained spiritual qi to directly refine it into spiritual qi and store it in the qi mansion. However, Chen Pinggan had not even finished refining the spiritual qi that he already had. This method was not worth the loss. The lower the realm, the slower the absorption of spiritual qi. However, the spiritual qi of the fairy money was extremely pure and dissipated too quickly. This was like many precious talisman after opening the mountain. If the mountain could not be sealed, then one could only watch a priceless talisman turn into a worthless piece of waste paper. Even if the fairy money could be temporarily absorbed by the magic robe after being crushed and refined, this would imperceptibly clash with the camouflage method applied to the magic robe and become more conspicuous. Every person who practiced Taoism was actually the god of each mini-world of their own. They relied on their own skills to be their own saint. The key was the size of the territory of one side of the world, as well as the degree of control of each god. The road of cultivation was actually tantamount to the expansion of territory by a cavalry on the battlefield. In the end, the level of the realm and the size of the Taoist skills depended on the number of mansions that were opened up. There were thousands of kinds of houses in the world, and there were also differences in quality. It was the same for the cave mansion. The best quality was naturally the cave mansion. After Chen Pinggan held his breath and focused his mind, he took the lead to come to the door of the underwater mansion. With a thought, he could naturally pass through the wall, as if the rules of heaven and earth were unrestrained, because he was the rules, and the rules were him. However, Chen Pinggan still stood outside the door for a moment. Two green-robed children quickly opened the door and bowed to the master. The children's faces were full of joy. Chen Pinggan's underwater mansion was now based on a suspended water character seal and the water fortune mural, one big and one small. Those green-robed children who finally had work to do were obviously in a good mood now. They were very busy and no longer had nothing to do every day. In the past, every time they saw Chen Pinggan patrolling the mini-world and their own cave mansion, they liked to squat on the ground neatly in a row. They looked up at Chen Pinggan with resentment in their eyes and did not speak. They were very diligent little people and never slacked off. It was just that they had encountered a master like Chen Pinggan who was extremely uninterested in cultivation. It was really difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. How could they not be sad? Now, the scene was completely different. The underwater mansion was in full swing everywhere. The little guys were running around happily. They worked hard without complaint and enjoyed it. From a small pond that was like a narrow well, Chen Pinggan stretched out his hand and scooped up water. Ever since the Kangyun Lake, Chen Pinggan had gained a lot. In addition to the few streams of water that were rather pure and dense, he had also obtained a bottle of water pills from the lake lord of the Kangyun Lake. The green-clothed boys in the water manor were divided into two groups. One group used their innate ability to continuously send strands of dark green water into the slowly spinning water word seal. Another group of children, on the other hand, were holding tiny brushes that had appeared out of nowhere. They dipped the brushes in the pool of water and dashed toward the mural. They carefully painted and added color to the water transportation diagram on the wall that seemed to be drawn with fine brushes. On the enormous mural, there were already water deities the size of rice grains and slightly larger ancestral temples. Chen Pinggan recognized that they were all the water deities of various sizes that he had personally traveled to. Among them was the Azure Manor where the goddess of the river was buried in the Tongyi continent. However, it should be called the Azure Palace now. However, the water gods did not have eyes, and the water god temple did not have the lively scene of incense. For the time being, it was still a dead object. It was not as vivid as the surging river on the mural. Chen Pinggan stood beside the small pond and looked down with rapt attention. Inside, there was the water dragon that was carried into Kangyun Lake by the green-clothed children. It swam slowly and was not directly killed and refined into water luck by the green-clothed children. Other than that, there was also a strange phenomenon. He did not know how the green-clothed children did it, but they seemed to have all been refined into a strange little bead that looked like a dark green pearl. No matter how the little flood dragon swam in the pond, it was always hanging by its mouth, like a dragon holding a pearl, leisurely swimming in the pugilistic world, passing through clouds and rain. Chen Pingan planned to go to the temple to take a look. Some of the green-robed children smiled at him and raised their small fists. They should be asking him, Chen Pingan, to continue working hard. Chen Pingan was a little helpless. The more condensed it was, the more it was like a green jade, the more it was the foundation of the great Tao of the water god in the world. How could it be so easy to find? It was even an item that was difficult to buy with money. Imagine if someone was willing to pay 100 grains of grain rain money to buy the foundation stone of a temple with Chen Pingan. Even if Chen Pingan knew that it was a profitable business, how could he really be willing to sell it? It was just a paper business. The cultivation of the great Tao should never be settled like this. Chen Pingan went out of the water mansion and began to visit the mountains. He stood at the foot of a mountain that looked like a blessed land. He looked up at the top of the mountain that was surrounded by colorful clouds. The mountain was like a thick fog, showing a grayish-black color. It still gave people an ethereal feeling. The mountain's atmosphere was far inferior to the previous water mansion. Fortunately, there were some bright white stones at the foot of the mountain. However, compared to the entire towering mountain, the snow-white area was still pitifully small. But this was already the result of Chen Pingan's hard work after he left the ferry of the Green Oriole Kingdom. The big boss of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Chen Qingju's eyes were like torches. He said that if his natal porcelain was not broken, he would have the qualifications of an Earth Immortal. In the secular sense, Earth Immortals were Earth Immortals. Cultivators of the Golden Core stage were Earth Immortals. But perhaps in the eyes of the big boss, there was no difference between the two. Therefore, Chen Pingan would not be arrogant, but he also did not need to belittle himself. Chen Pingan knew very well that if it was a real genius like Qi Jinglong who carried the fate of a continent in the water mansion, the atmosphere would only be greater. But after all, the number of cultivators in the world was much smaller. If Chen Pingan did not even have this level of willpower, then he would have already suffered a setback on the path of martial arts when he was at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. As for cultivation, his mental state would be shattered time and time again, and he would not be any better off than the broken longevity bridge. The foundation of a Qi cultivator, such as Chen Pingan's Earth Immortal qualifications, was a natural iron rice bowl. But it was also about qualifications. There were thousands of kinds of qualifications. It was best to find a cultivation method that was most suitable for oneself. When competing with others, whether it was strength or reason, there would always be shortcomings. If one lost, it would be difficult to achieve perfection in one's life. But competing with oneself would be beneficial in the long run. Every little bit that was accumulated would be one's own property. Every time one made a mistake, as long as one could correct it, the wrong path in the past would be like the riverbed with gurgling streams and surging rivers. Even if the path in one's heart was difficult to erase, the riverbed would be there for a long time, and there would be no need to worry about floods. This was the cultivation of the heart. No matter how big of a disaster a cultivator encountered, as long as he did not die, his Taoist heart would not collapse. Looking at oneself with the state of mind, even if there was a crack on the surface of the mirror, would one really think that one was unrecognizable when looking at the person in the mirror? Chen Pingan was once afraid that he would become a person of the mountain, just like how he was afraid that he and Ji Yu Kan would become the people he hated the most in the past. For example, the person who almost killed Liu Xianyang in the mud bottle alley, the drunkard who kicked Ji Yu Kan's stomach, and later on, Fu Nanhua, the mountain-moving ape, Liu Zhimao, and Jiang Shangzhen. Chen Pingan was even afraid that the old Abbey Dean's theory of sequence would one day quietly overshadow Mr. Wen Sheng's theory of sequence after he used it time and time again to weigh the world's affairs and people's hearts, without him knowing it. But in reality, when one walked step by step on the ground, the principles of the world, regardless of whether it was the 3 religions or the 100 schools, were never scary. What was scary was that one did not understand but thought that one already knew. When one truly opened one's eyes, one would see the light. This sentence was not only thought of by Chen Pinggan when he opened his eyes after sleeping soundly on the peak of the mountain, but it was also carefully engraved by Chen Pinggan on the bamboo scroll. Chen Pinggan recorded almost all kinds of poems and sentences on the bamboo scroll, but the words that he understood and engraved on the bamboo scroll seriously could be counted on one's fingers. Chen Pinggan left the five-colored mountain temple and went to a pass. The sword Qi was like a rainbow, like iron cavalry knocking on the pass. It was aggressive, but it could not break through the indestructible city. This was the final pass of the 18 holts of sword Qi. Chen Pinggan stood on the peak of the mountain where the iron cavalry and the pass faced each other. He sat cross-legged, holding his chin, and was silent for a long time. After getting up, he went to the two sword tombs, which were the refining grounds of the 1st and 15th. The two flying swords, which were pocket-sized in people's eyes, were in Chen Pinggan's two Qi residences. The swords were as large as mountains, suspended upside down. On the two large and flat mountain plains, the sword tips were pressed against the stone plains formed by the beheading dragon platform. Sparks flew everywhere, and the entire Qi residences was a magnificent scene of fire splashing everywhere like rain. Even though Chen Pinggan had already experienced this scene, every time he saw it, his mind would still be shaken. He could imagine, if the two flying swords left the small world of Qi residences and returned to the vast world, if they were also like this, how would his enemies feel? Chen Pinggan's mind left the place where he sharpened the swords, collected his thoughts, and left the small world. In fact, there was another place like the Heart Lake where he cultivated, but whether he saw it or not did not make any difference. Because it was all him. Even if he did not use his spiritual sense, Chen Pinggan could clearly see it. After opening his eyes, Chen Pinggan gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and then continued to close his eyes, using the breathing method to slowly refine the spiritual energy in the mountain temple of the water residences. Soon, it was dawn. Chen Pinggan stopped refining the spiritual energy. After practicing his stance for 2 hours, he paid the bill and left the inn. There were no immortal inns in Lujiao County, and there were no major immortal schools in Fufu Kingdom. Although it was not a vassal state of the Dayuan dynasty, the emperors and ministers of Fufu Kingdom, as well as everyone in the court, all admired the literary tradition of the Dayuan dynasty. They were almost obsessed with it. Not to mention the strength of the country, just this point alone was a bit similar to the literary world of Dali in the early years. Almost all the scholars stared at the moral essays and poems of the Lu dynasty and the Great Sui Kingdom with their eyes wide open. No matter how good their own knowledge was, without the recognition of these two academies, they would still be considered vulgar and inferior. There was once a young arrogant scholar in the Lu dynasty who once said that even if he used his foot to hold the brush, the poems he wrote would still be better than those written by the Dali barbarians. Later, it was said that this arrogant scholar, who was drunk every year in the capital of the Lu dynasty, encountered the horse hooves and sabers of the iron cavalry under the command of the Dali Song Jianqiang. No one knew what exactly happened, but in the end, this person changed his life and became one of the civil officials stationed in Dali. Later on, he went to the Hanlin Academy in the capital of Dali and was in charge of editing the history books of the previous dynasty of the Lu dynasty. He personally wrote the biography of the loyal minister and the deceitful minister, and put himself in the last chapter of the deceitful minister. In the end, he did not have the chance to meet the scholar from his county who called himself Lu Dun. Life was often like this. Once you met, you parted, and you would never see each other again. There was no feeling that even if things remained the same but people had changed, there would still be stories left in one's heart. Chen Pinggan walked on the path of cultivation. Everyone was. 538. Water Sky Country was a famous lake country. Most of the cities, including the capital, were built on islands of different sizes. Therefore, water transportation was busy and there were many boats. There was a big stream that entered the lake called Peach Blossom Water. The water was very soft and peach trees were planted on both sides. There was an endless stream of tourists on the road. Most of them were elegant scholars and celebrities from neighboring countries. Chen Pinggan followed the stream and did not go straight to a lakeside county. Instead, He branched off into a small path and came to a fairyland called the Peach Blossom Crossing. Cultivators only needed to break through a shallow camouflage spell to enter the crossing. After entering the secret realm, their visions suddenly opened up. There was a green mountain at the Peach Blossom Crossing. Surrounding the mountain was a tranquil lake. The lake water was dark green. White clouds hung above the crossing all year round, like a fairy in green with a snow-white crown on his head. Ferries to and fro had to pass through the sea of clouds. Ordinary people often could not see the ferries. Peach Blossom Crossing belonged to the biggest fairy mansion in Water Sky Country, Sparrow Mansion. The mansion was full of female cultivators. They purified the water of the Peach Blossom Creek and many fairy plants and flowers all year round. They also used an ancient secret technique to weave a kind of robe. Sparrow Mansion used all their manpower and resources to weave only 6 robes a year. It was said that the fairy masters in the central mountains of Aquarius continent had already reserved the robes for 100 years. Most of them were prepared for the direct disciples of the Hall of Patriarchs near the bottleneck of the lower 5 realms. Chen Pingan was already familiar with taking the ferry. He asked about the ferry in a tall building with a plaque of spring at the head of the stream hanging at the ferry. He paid for a peach wood plate with a delicate pattern and set off for the cave of the Dragon Palace at midnight tonight. He would stop many times along the way because he would stop at many immortal scenic spots so that the guests could get off the ferry and travel around the mountains and rivers. This way of making money was actually available in the underground dragon path of Aquarius continent and Osmanthus Island of the Fan family in Old Dragon City. Passengers liked it. They enjoyed the beautiful scenery and bought some fairy specialties. The local fairy mansions were even more popular. People came and went, and all of them were fairy money. The ferry could earn some incense from the fairies along the way and maybe even a bonus. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The Sparrow Manor had set up a heavenly clothing workshop at the ferry. Tourists could enjoy the weaving process of dozens of robes without having to pay deity fees. Anyone could enter the workshop to enjoy the process. Chen Pingan certainly would not miss this opportunity. After he went in, he walked slowly through the corridors with the crowd. There were young female cultivators working in every room. The closer they got to the back of the house, the more dazzling the robes were. Chen Pingan actually had the thought of buying one, but he had just arrived and was a layman when it came to Taoist robes. He was worried that if he failed to bargain, he would be taken advantage of. In many transactions on the mountain, Taoist Master Fu's yarn was indeed more economical than Taoist Master Fu's yarn. The reason for this was that it was not a one-off transaction. When the seller made a bid, they would think more about the background of the Taoist Master Fu's yarn. As for Taoist Master Fu's yarn, who was in a precarious situation, his head that was tied to his belt could fall to the ground one day. Chen Pingan believed that the Sparrow Mansion would keep 1 or 2 of the best quality robes, as well as a collection of robes in the treasury in case of emergencies. However, the Sparrow Mansion would not care about ordinary cultivators. Chen Pingan was a little regretful that Qi Jinglong was not by his side. Otherwise, he could ask for a fair price from the female cultivators of the Sparrow Mansion. It would not be too much. If there was a fairy in the Sparrow residence who happened to admire this land dragon of the North Continent and insisted on selling the robe at its original price, Chen Pingan would not be able to stop her, would he? When he left the heavenly clothing workshop, Chen Pingan was full of melancholy. No matter how low the quality of a robe was, it would not be too much even if one was from a celestial clan. Even if there were mountains of them in the treasury. This was the reason why the military school's armor pill was priceless. The cultivation of Tao was to achieve longevity. Light was everlasting and one did not have to worry about cold or heat. The only thing one had to be wary of was the possibility. The celestial robes were the same as the 3 armors of the military school's deity Chenglu, Golden Crow Jingwei, and burning incense. They were all used to defend against that possibility. When a cultivator left the mountain to train, there was a huge difference between having a robe and an armor. As soon as Chen Pingan left the workshop, a female cultivator with an extraordinary aura slowly walked towards him. Since she was the local bully of the Sparrow Mansion, she was here to look for him. Chen Pingan stopped in his tracks and took the initiative to greet her. After the female cultivator returned the greeting, she smiled and said, "I'm a cultivator in charge of the Sparrow Mansion's ancestral master hall. My name is Wu Jiong, Zhiga Wu, and Shan Junxian." Chen Pingan was puzzled. He did not know why this great cultivator from the Sparrow Mansion, who was not in the workshop earlier, came to see him. She even introduced herself. "My surname is Chen, and my name is Sholang." She did not blush at all. However, this female cultivator's name had a good meaning. It was as good as Chen Shalang's. The female cultivator was used to seeing cultivators hiding their identities. She did not think much of it. After a slight hesitation, she went straight to the point. "Immortal Master Chen, do you know Liu Jinglong of the Taihui sword sect, Mr. Liu?" Chen Pingan smiled. Who in the North Continent does not know Liu Jinglong? In the North Continent, people were still used to calling him Liu Jinglong by the name recorded in the ancestral hall of the Taihui sword sect, and not Qi Jinglong before they came up the mountain. Chen Pingan did not ask about this secret, and Qi Jinglong did not explain it in detail either. Wu Jiong could not help but laugh. This answer was not sincere, but it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. Wu Jiong smiled. "Our mansion lord is now in seclusion." However, she was fortunate enough to travel with Mr. Liu for a period of time. It benefited her cultivation greatly. She has always admired Mr. Liu's character. However, Mr. Liu has never passed by the mountain all these years. Our mansion lord feels that it is a pity. In fact, Wu Jiong was telling the truth. According to seniority, the young mansion lord of the Sparrow Mansion was Wu Jiong's martial nephew. However, she was much more talented than her martial uncle. On the path of cultivation, those who were more accomplished were the seniors. The cultivators of the North Continent valued strength. Not only did her mansion lord admire Liu Jinglong, but she also adored him. Therefore, she was not in seclusion this time. Instead, she was following the spider silk from the Futsu kingdom during the sword ceremony. Chen Pingan asked, "Senior Wu, may I ask how much are the 2 items?" Wu Jiong did not give a direct answer. She smiled and invited, "Immortal Master Chen, do you mind chatting while we walk? We have a tea house at Peach Blossom Crossing that uses peach blossom water to brew tea. The tea leaves are also unique to the back mountain of the Sparrow Mansion. There are only 12 old tea trees in total. Before the Ming dynasty, they are harvested by a rare bird that is reared in the mountain gate. Then, they are stir-fried into a ball by a cultivator using a secret method. It was once written by a great writer in a book of poems that has been handed down to the ages. The boiling tea has the wonders of the rising and falling of the tides and the shifting of the stars. This tea house is not open to the public. Chen Pingan, of course, followed the customs of the place. It would be even better if the tea house and the robe could be sold together. After all, Chen Pingan is still a bag shop that travels everywhere and opens the door to buy and sell. Things are precious when they are rare. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.